What if I were to suggest
Your original sound, brother.
In the awakening world?
I did. I really did.
No, on the front screen, you need to turn it on again, second time. Top right-hand corner.
You're right.
And that you are watching this because you have heard the call.
Okay.
We can start right now by opening our hearts and minds.
Full screen.
Welcome to the awakening world.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Sacred Sunday to you. I am Love Coach Scott Thomas, and this is going to be just for our Zoom Room subscribers. We are not going out to Facebook or YouTube. It's just for our closest family. And we actually have a really special show planned. We're going to turn over to Omashar. He's going to do a few songs for us this morning. And then Tanjila is going to also lead a meditation shortly. And then at 11 a.m. Pacific time, she's going to be doing a presentation on co-creating the new Earth. What does that really mean, and how do we create it? Then after that, Annie Bachelor is going to do a presentation on the Akashic Records and soul consciousness. Then at 1 o'clock, there's going to be a sound bath. And then finally, at 2 p.m., our good friends Renee and Anthony are going to be doing a presentation on the rise of the feminine with Mary Magdalene and how to balance our energies. All that just for each of you who are with us today. Of course, we're coming live from Soul Search's Enlightenment Expo in Burlingame. And of course, my wonderful co-host, the magnificent Tanjila. We were with her last night, and she's now up in her room. How's the expo going, Tanjila?
It's going great. Hello, everyone. Happy Sacred Sunday. Good morning. Good morning. We just opened, so people are coming in and sitting down. Lee Osborne is giving a talk right now at 10 a.m. And we already have people in here getting readings, getting healings, getting detox foot baths. So it's already off to a busy start. I expect it's going to keep getting busier and busier. So we're excited that all of you can also connect with us in the quantum field, be part of our expo experience, and be part of, creating the awakening world together. I love it.
Beautiful. Well, it's going to be a great show. I just went through all the people that are going to be with us. And we're, as always, going to start with our beloved brother, Omashar. And again, let's send him lots and lots of love and his beautiful 3 ribs.
Actually, I have more than that, but they're the ones that are affected. So it's a new human, the 3-ribbed human. And happy Sacred Sunday, everybody. It's a joy to be here, and I wouldn't miss this for the world. Even if I was laying on my bed, but I feel such a connection with what we're doing, what we're putting out into the world, and all of us here. And I'm just going to have a shout out to Dorina Joy. I know we're all sending you love and holding you in our hearts, and hoping that life is kind of smoothing out for you a little bit. And this song that I'm going to sing now is called the Garden of One. And it speaks for itself, as do all of my songs, except that I sing them. So maybe I'm singing them for ourselves. So blessings, beautiful ones. And okay. I am with you here inside. Don't worry, don't worry. And I love you more than you could know. So come along now and lay your head on my heart, on my heart. Close your eyes, dear, and rest a while in me. Keep open your heart and let in the sun. Bathe yourself in the garden of one. Know you're at home and in my embrace. Here is divine grace. Now I ask you to take a step towards me, toward me. I can feel your longing to be home, Tiara, Georgetta. So come along now and lay your head on my heart, on my heart, Pat. Close your eyes, dear, and rest a while in dear. Keep open your heart and let in the sun, and bathe yourself in the garden of one. Know you're at home and in my embrace. Here is divine grace. Divine grace. Here is empty space.
That's all Twinkle, our beloved brother Omashar. And I know all of you, even who don't have your cameras on, I know you're twinkling him as well. Thank you. Hearts from Diara is also very, very much appreciated and welcome. Thank you, Omashar.
You're welcome.
Look at those rockets flying off.
I'm firing all fours. I got a frog in my throat, but I can't cough, so it gets kind of froggy, and that's just how it is right now.
Oh my gosh. Well, I will take the spotlight off you for a moment here, and we're going to turn it over to our beloved Tanjila. Somebody trying to come into the room there. No, all good. Tanjila.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. And Omashar, that was meditation. A beautiful song, Omashar. Thank you so much.
Always a
pleasure. I think we've got a little bit of a delay. It's one of those things where there's a quick delay. Tanjila, I would love for you to give us a morning meditation.
Sure, definitely. So I'd love to do that with our Global Peace Tribe. So Just this morning, let's all begin to relax and close our eyes. Feel your feet on the ground and begin to relax into your spiritual heart. And as you relax into your spiritual heart, just feel at peace. Releasing all of the frenetic energies of this week, of this weekend, and coming to a place of pure potential where all is possible deep within our sacred hearts. As we feel into this love and everlasting peace of who we truly are, we begin to relax and let go. Let go of all of the rigidities of shoulds and nevers and always. And we begin to relax into the possibility of creation and connect with our divine creator selves. We feel this energy in our hearts of the divine creator, flickering like an ever-glowing flame, brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger. We feel this divine spark within us, growing brighter and brighter and brighter, lighting and activating every cell of our body and every strand of DNA. We feel energized and empowered. We feel this energy flowing through every cell of our body, lighting up every cell, every strand of DNA, reactivating dormant strands that have been sitting and waiting for us to remember who we are in this very moment. As we come into this remembrance, we feel the eternal light within us, growing brighter and brighter and brighter, lighting up this entire room that we are sitting in, lighting up our cities, lighting up our communities, lighting up our planet. We feel the glory of who we are as gods and goddesses in human form. And we revel in our divinity as masters here on earth. As we connect to Mama Gaia, we feel our energies shooting down, down, down through the crusts of the earth to her crystalline core. And we feel the power of our human physical connection as we connect to Mother Earth and Gaia. We connect to her ancient wisdom, her abundance, her generosity, her magnanimity, her eternal love. And we feel the strength of this connection that we have in every moment with Mama Gaia, supporting us in strength and stability every step we take on this planet. And we shoot her energy up through us, up through every chakra of our body, and up through our crown, going higher and higher and higher and higher. As we connect to the celestial realms, feeling the freedom of our souls soaring higher and higher and higher, feeling the glory of who we truly are as divine sparks of the Creator. And we feel and hear a celebration around us. And as we look around, we see the archangels, Archangel Michael, Gabriel, Shamuel, Zadkiel, Uriel, Metatron, all with us, surrounding us with their glory. and we stand together in our glory. And we ask them, thank you for being with us today. Will you be with us in all these moments forward as we are entering this new age? And they say, we are with you in this moment and all moments. Just call on us, divine spark of the Creator, for we are here to support you and witness you in this journey as you create this new earth, this new world, and this new universe. And as you feel their unconditional love surrounding you, you feel the celebration of the masters. Master Yeshua, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Kuan Yin, Buddha, Shiva, Rama, Lakshmi, Shakti, Moses, Prophet Muhammad, Khadijah, Amma, and so many more masters surrounding us, known and unknown, named and unnamed. And each one of them bows to you in reverence and love, honoring you for your bravery, for your courage, and for your commitment to be here on earth during this time of awakening. They say, thank you, powerful soul. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your unconditional love. Thank you for your service to humanity. Know that you are the beacons of light, the ascended masters here on the planet today. Stand strong and certain in knowing that you are the light and that you reverberate the light and power of love and the divine in every moment. Remember who you are, divine creator being. Remember who you are. We are all with you as your brothers and sisters, guides and friends. Call on us. We are with you in every moment. They bow to you again in gratitude and love and reverence. And you bow back, feeling this immense power of love and joy and trust and honor. And you feel this deep within your soul, knowing and understanding that you have come here on planet Earth during this time to usher in the awakening world. And we stand together with the angels, with the masters, with the guides, remembering and honoring our divinity and our conscious creator beings that we truly are. We breathe in the ultimate light and power of our true being, filling ourselves with the energy and light that was brought in from source, from the angels, from the celestial realms, from the guides and ascended masters. We feel the powerful energies that we are and that we co-create together in every moment on this planet and across the universe. We breathe in the beauty and the power and the glory of our souls. We feel our freedom and we soar. And we bring this freedom and this glory and this power of unconditional love across the planet, across our country, to all of those who are in fear, in despair, in angst, sitting in the place of the unknown, of what will happen, of what is to come, what will be. And we pour out our love and our certainty and our power and our presence, knowing that we are ushering in the awakening world of love, of harmony, of equality, of generosity, of abundance, of beauty. We are all bringing in this together as one. We breathe in the power and glory, the beauty of who we are. We breathe this out across the entire planet, bringing our power and presence and love to all. And we reverberate the joy that we know is our birthright. Coming back into your body, feeling the energy of who you are as a powerful soul. Breathing in and breathing out. Remember who you are in all moments. Feel the glory and power of your true being. Thank you. Good morning and happy Sacred Sunday.
Oh, Tanjila. I'm going to ask Connie to edit just that prayer because I want to start every day with that prayer. That is so beautiful. And I saw everybody, Diara was lifting off of her seat. So thank you so much. And we will see you in 6 minutes or so.
Yes.
Then you're going down to do your 11 o'clock. So
I am. So I'll see you all in a few minutes. Thank you all for co-creating that beautiful moment with me and for spreading it across the planet. Thank you.
that was powerful, really powerful.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to go to an Omashar song, and then Tanjila is going to lead her talk on the new earth. And then hopefully one more Omashar song after her talk. And then we've got back to back to back Soul Search speakers. So it's going to be a very full show, very full day, taking us all the way to 3 o'clock. So glad you're all with us. And here is Beloved Omashar.
When there's nowhere left to turn, and you're feeling kind of low, slow down, and breathe me in. When the smile has left your face, and the tears roll down your cheeks, slow down, and breathe me in. when your river's running dry, and you're driven to your knees. Slow down, and breathe me in. I am watching you, waiting for you to let my love into that lonely life of yours. Listen to me, and we can be together free eternally. When you're feeling out of touch, and you need someone to hold, slow down, and breathe me in. Slow down, and breathe me in.
Oh, give some good twinkles. That's such a beautiful, soft song, but I loved how everybody was still finding a way to connect to it.
And then you
very-
can waltz to that one.
Absolutely, it's beautiful, beautiful. We love you.
Thank you.
There
Hey,
is
Tanjila.
Tanjila. She looks like she's ready. So I'm gonna pin her, and oh my gosh, and there's Barbara Tintori. Yay! How wonderful. And so a reminder, everybody, that we are coming to you live from the Berlin Game Expo, where Tanjila is about to give her talk.
And I'm so grateful. My name is Barbara. I am so grateful and honored to introduce not only my beautiful soul sister, Tanjila, but also the amazing creatrix of this organization, Soul Search. Without her, our consciousness journey would be a little less fun and a little less enlightened. And so I, for one, could not be more grateful to have this amazing woman in my life. I'm going to introduce you for those who don't have the honor of knowing her yet. Tanjila is the creatrix of the organization Soul Search, as you know, are a platform for everything spiritual, for your spiritual pleasure and learning and advancement. Tanjila is a longtime spiritual seeker, global adventurer, entrepreneur, and multi-dimensional guide. Tanjila's spiritual journey led her to create Soul Search as the multi-dimensional platform for community, for spirituality, for consciousness, for healing and transformation. She has a very long resume of accomplishments, multiple master degrees, her accomplishments as a serial entrepreneur, helping global economies, transforming a multi-million-dollar corporation. I could go on and on and on, but we are here for all things spiritual today with Tanjila. She is going to speak with us today about creating the new world and harnessing the power within us all. And it's my pleasure and blessing to introduce her to you now.
So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to all of you attending live and in person here at the Burlingame Soul Search Enlightenment Expo. Thank you for being here. We love being together in community in person. Also, thank you all for tuning in on the live stream at Soul Search. We do love to live stream our talks as well, so that those of you who can't attend in person, you can tune in. And of course, thank you to our Global Peace Tribe community for tuning in and spending your sacred Sunday with us. So I'm just delighted that, you know, in this day and age of technology, we're all able to connect and create spiritual community together, especially during these times. And so today I'm going to be giving a talk about what I like to call the now Earth. And this is something that I'm very passionate about, because all of us here, you know, who are on the path of consciousness and spirituality, we are talking about creating a new Earth, stepping into the 5th dimension. And so it can seem very nebulous at times. You know, what is the 5th dimension? What is this golden age that we keep hearing about and that we keep speaking about? And so I wanted to really talk about the 3rd dimension, the 4th dimension, and the 5th dimension. Because when we can understand where we are now in the 3rd dimension and how we are moving into the 4th, we are then able to understand and move from the 3rd, 4th, and into the 5th with grace and power and ease, especially during this time. When you guys think about the 5th dimension, what are some things that come up for you? And I'm asking our live audience, I'm asking the live stream, what are some things that come up for you when you think of the 5th dimension? What is that supposed to be? The new Earth. Transformation. Personal transformation. And what? And of the personal transformation and transformation of the Earth. Beautiful. Anything else you guys thinking of? What comes up for you? 5th dimension, new Earth. Any thoughts?
Heaven on earth.
Heaven on earth. Beautiful, Scott. I love that. So exactly, heaven on earth. And what does heaven on earth look like for us? Peaceful, okay. Remembering who we truly are. Great.
Non-judgment,
Non-judgment. Beautiful. Love that.
free of belief,
What is it?
free of belief systems into non-judgment.
Free of belief systems into non-judgment.
Closer to source.
Yes, closer to source, exactly. So this is all beautiful. These are, you know, peace, non-judgment, closer to source and the divine, remembering who we truly are. That is beautiful when we think about the 5th dimension and what we're creating. And so when we look around in this day and age, where we actually are is what we refer to as the 3rd dimension. And this is where a lot of us are sitting. We also go into what we call the 4th dimension. And then we have what we are creating, co-creating together of the 5th dimension. So we are going through what we call this ascension process together. And most of us here are moving between these different dimensional realities. Each dimension is a level of consciousness where we play. And each level of consciousness has its own rules, has its own game. And this is where we are moving. And as we get to learn the different levels of the game and the playing field, we're able to consciously make the choices that can support us in moving ourselves and shifting the whole entire planet and the collective from this 3rd dimensional reality into the 5th. So where we play now, when we think about the 3rd dimension, is one of where what you see is what you get. Everything around us is
part of this third dimensional reality. And there is a lot of rigidity in what we call the third dimension. It's about rigid belief systems and structures. Always, never, separation, judgment. So we have separation, judgment. And so these are some of the hallmarks of the third dimension, and also linear time. So in the third dimension, we have the past, the present, and the future. And we believe that what has happened in the past is constantly affecting our present and creating our future. We live in the third dimensional linear time vortex when we are stuck in the third dimension. But all of you here, everyone here in the Global Peace Tribe and Soul Search community here at the Expo, we know that there is a lot more than just the third dimensional reality surrounding us. Because the third dimensional reality surrounding us is such a small, minuscule part of who we are as beings. Energy is everything. The universe is vast and far greater than we could possibly ever imagine. And all of us here know that, because here we are connecting with angels, connecting with the divine, opening our spiritual gifts and our innate ability. All of that is playing into the fourth and the fifth dimension, where we are doing and we are saying to all others that what you say is impossible is possible. That we are powerful, that we are divine spark creator, and that we are here to create something new. And so the fourth dimension, what is powerful about the fourth dimension is that it is about choice. That every moment we have the choice. In the third dimension, we are constantly reacting. We are reacting out of fear. We are reacting out of separation. We are reacting out of this happened in the past to me, to my family, to my community. So it's going to happen again in the future. We're reacting because we feel afraid. And in the fourth dimension, we begin to understand that we do not have to live in this box, in this rigidity, in this inflexibility of separation. We always have a choice. And that is where our power lies, in that moment of choice. And we are not living in linear time. We are living in the now moment. So every moment is the now moment. Yes, we have the past, we have the future, but we are creating a new moment every single moment. As Eckhart Tolle said, the power of now. So as we step out of the third dimension into the fourth dimension, we begin to understand that I don't have to react when something happens around me. That I can claim and choose my power as the divine creator being I am, and choose what I do want. Choose what I do want to see. Choose what I do want to create. This is where we are reclaiming our power from one of reaction, reactivity, from fear, from judgment and separation. We step into the empowerment of saying, I choose. I choose in this moment to be happy. I choose in this moment to be hopeful. I choose in this moment to create something new. And in this political climate, we are facing a lot of fears, a lot of frustrations. What is happening around us? A lot of structures we see falling apart. This is something that a lot of spiritual people have said is coming, because we are in the age of Aquarius, the new awakening. And we're going to see a lot of structures crumble. As we see this happening, we can react. We can choose to remain in the third dimension where we react with fear, with hopelessness, with despair, and with anger. And there are a lot who are doing that, and that's okay. But for those of us who are in the fourth dimensional reality, in this consciousness, we are able to stand strong and choose. And this is where our power lies. When we say, I choose love, I choose peace, I choose equality, I choose hope. This is where the strength lies in the power of the fourth dimension, of us being able to choose to create our own reality. How many of you guys have heard the law of attraction? Yes, and Abraham Hicks. So Abraham Hicks always talks about the law of attraction and getting into the vortex. Here, this is in the fourth dimension because it is our constant opportunity to choose to be in the vortex. Are we going to react to the people, places, politicians around us and allow them to create our reality? That's what we have been doing in the third dimension, allowing others to create our reality, to tell us who we have to be, how we have to live our lives, what we have to do, whether it's kings and queens of the old ages, the pharaohs, whether it's our mother, father, priest, minister, teacher, our society, our religion. These are all systems of the Piscean age, of this third dimension, where we have been told how we have to live, who we have to be, what we have to believe, that I am separate from you, and that because we look different, because we were born in different countries, because we were born in different places, because we have different backgrounds, that's us versus them. And this is the old story of Piscean age separation and control. But as we have moved into our own personal enlightenment, each one of us, and into our collective enlightenment, we see all of this is different. We live here in the United States, we live in an amazing melting pot where all of us sitting in this room and across this live stream, we're from different races, cultures, ethnicities, religions, genders. The diversity and multiplicity of who we are as humans is what makes us so beautiful and so powerful. That people, that beings across the multiverse are watching us in awe. And when we chose and volunteered to come down on planet Earth to play this game, we were so excited because of the diversity that is here on this planet. So as we have been moving from this third dimension of separation, systems of control and power that creates division, we have been moving into the fourth dimension together, choosing something different, choosing harmony, choosing unconditional love, choosing to leave behind those old systems of judgment, of control, of separation. And this is where our power lies in every moment in the fourth dimensional consciousness, is that we are able to choose. And that is the ultimate power. Because when we can stand strong and certain in our ability to choose who we are, what we believe, who we love, what we want to do with our lives when we want to do it, that is the ultimate political. That is the ultimate act of liberation. Because still on this day, on this planet, there are billions that. So we have the freedom and the power as conscious fourth dimensional beings to stand and choose. I choose love. I don't choose fear. So if something comes up on the television, on the news, on your phone, something that disturbs your nervous system, how could this happen? How could they do that? How could this be? We have the opportunity in every moment to choose something different. from love, from our presence and our personal certainty. That they may do this, but I choose love. I choose harmony. I choose creating the now earth where we can all live as one, where we can provide safe havens and safe places for people of all colors and creeds to live together. That we can create affordable housing, that we can end poverty, that we can not just protect the environment, but build and strengthen our personal and community connections to the environment. So we remember who we are as children of Mother. So we can choose these in every moment. And it's a powerful choice when we do this, because we know in the fourth dimension, we're moving beyond that third dimension, matter and form, and we know that everything is energy. And the law of attraction is so powerful. The law of attraction doesn't speak English, Spanish, French, or Chinese. The law of attraction speaks the language of energy. So what you feel and what you believe and what you know in the depths of your being and heart is what you are attracting and what you are creating. And in the third dimensional reality, in this third dimensional level of consciousness, we have been playing in that realm of reactivity, so that we are feeling fear, we're feeling anxiety, we're sitting in judgment, we're feeling separation. That is our energetic reality in this third dimension. And like attracts like. We feel fear, and we sit in that fear and anxiety of what's to come. What are they creating? What are they doing? What are they doing to destroy our country, our livelihood, our way of being? We are taught to sit in that fear. But we are all here stepping into the fourth and fifth dimensional realities, consciousness, where we do not have to react and live in that fear that has been prescribed to us for eons. The ages of the pharaohs and the kings and the queens are gone. We are the kings and queens of our own reality, and we are sovereign to create the now earth that we truly want to live into. And that is the empowerment of the spiritual realm and our spiritual journey, is that this is a path of liberation for each one of us, as well as for the entire planet. Because when we step out of reacting, out of that judgment, separation, lack, dis-ease, poverty, we move into the fourth dimension. So they will tell us there is not enough. We say there's more than enough to go around, because the universe is. They say that some people deserve to suffer and not have a home, not have access to services or health insurance. We say that all deserve to have access to home, to abundance, to a livelihood, to a respectable and respectful system. They may tell us we have to go to war. Those people, they are so different from us. We have to go to war. We can say, we are here for peace. We are here for love. We are here for co-creating a global family of love and mutual respect. That is our choice in the fourth dimension. And so this is where we are right now. And that's why it seems so frenetic. It seems so restrictive. It seems so hard at times right now, especially when you turn on the phone, on the news, you're like, what is going on? Yes, things are falling apart, but it is up to us. Are we gonna let it fall apart and sink deeper into this third dimensional reality? Or are we going to choose, yes, I am the conscious creator of the now earth, of the now reality that I want to live. So they say hate, I choose love. They say fear, I choose peace. They say insecurity, I choose abundant, infinite blessing. We have the power to choose in every moment, and it's one of unconditional love. So it's a very powerful movement that we're going through right now as we move from the third to the fourth and the fifth dimension. Because as we become more present and purposeful and certain in our power of choice, our power to choose love, peace, harmony, beauty, abundance, stability, blessings, as we choose this, the law of attraction, the universe, will give us more. So it is up to us to leave behind this imbalance of the third dimension and realize that as we are traveling and ascending into the fifth, we have the power in this now moment to choose love in every moment, to choose peace, to choose harmony, even with the people who antagonize us, who scare us, who we do not understand who they are and what they're doing. Everyone on this planet has a role to play. And we are not here to have an understanding as in our human minds of what every single person is here to do. But we have power over what we are here to do. And so when something comes up on the news, on TV, on your phone, you feel that resistance, you feel the anger, you feel the rage, feel the fear. Feel it. Feel all of that in your body. And let it go. Let it go and choose. Choose the fourth dimensional consciousness where you step into your power, step into your love, you step into your balance. For that is what the fourth dimensional consciousness is all about. We open ourselves up to our higher selves, to our divine consciousness creator being selves. And we allow that to flow through us and we bring that in. Feel that flowing through you. This is who we truly are. Not this rigidity of third. We are the divine spark creator beings of the fourth and fifth. So here in the fourth, we're letting more of that in. So that when those antagonizing, fearful moments come up, and they are coming up quite often these days, we take a breath, connect to our creator consciousness, higher self. We send love, and we choose. We see fear, we see suffering. That is third dimensional reality. We create love. We create abundance. We create peace. We have the power to choose. And I know it may seem so difficult at times because the reality of the third dimension is so dense and it's so physical. It's everything around us. You know, when you listen to Abraham Hicks, people always say, well, Abraham, how do you get the money out of the vortex into the bank, right? And so you might say to me, well, how do we, this is great to hear, but how do we create that peace when it seems like there's no peace around? How do we create that love when it seems like people are trying to tear us apart? But it starts with us. It starts with our energetic reality and our energetic knowing as we step into our balance and then we choose. For the more that we choose, we come into alignment with who we truly are. We come into our own balance. Because in the third dimension, it's about not being aligned. We're not aligned with ourselves. We're aligned with what other people have told us to be, what other people have told us to do. Our governments, our kings, our queens, our teachers, our mothers, our fathers, our priests, whatever we have been told. That is not being aligned with who we are. As we step into the fourth dimension, we become more and more aligned with who we are. What is it that I want? What is it that I believe? What is it that I want to be? And as we step into that certainty, we empower ourselves to make that choice in every moment. And it's an energetic choice. Don't feel like, oh my God, what do I have to do? What can I do? I'm one small person. I can't fight the system. I can't fight the government. It's not about fighting. It's about choice. That's because what you resist persists. Remember, law of attraction. So we are here to choose and step into our power, our energy, our purpose. And as we do that again and again and again, we then begin to create this fifth dimensional reality. One of community, one of cooperation, one of working and co-creating with the creator consciousness, with the angels, with the teachers, with the masters, with the God. We begin to co-create a new reality of the fifth dimension that is so immense, with non-judgment, unconditional love, with connection to creator consciousness, all things you guys mentioned at the beginning. We begin to create this fifth dimension and more, beyond our human comprehension. That we're creating it already, and we play in this dimension. So it's up to us to take these steps to the third, knowing that this is where we're at. This is where we have been for healing. And this is what we're releasing in this moment. And that's why it can feel like such a struggle, right? Personally, politically, socially, because everything is shifting. And so as all of these shifts are taking place, do we choose to continue reacting? Do we choose to stay stuck in the rigidity and the separation? Or do we begin to move from ourselves? And so I'm going to do a little exercise with all of you here, because I know there is a lot of frustration, fear, anger, despair coming up. So we're going to create our own reality together. We're going to make our own choices. I'd love for all of us here, and including everyone on the live stream and tuning in, to get a piece of paper and a pen. If you have one, I'll pass them around here. And we're going to have a mock election. You can just take a paper and pen. So we're going to have a mock election. And I want all of you, and I don't want actually a mock election. We're just going to have an election. We're going to have an election, and I want each of you to write 3 top things that you would want to create for our country. If we were voting right now and saying, these are the top 3 things that I want to create here, what are those 3 top things? So just take a few minutes to write them down. What are you, and if you have more, feel free to write more. Write 5, write 10. We want to become those creator beings in practice. We no longer have to react and feel hopeless and disempowered and as victims. We can energetically create in every moment in the 4th dimension. Because in the 4th dimension, all is possible. And we are all powerful. So all is possible. And this is the paradox of the 4th dimension. That we can create, that there is no nevers and overs, that everything can change in the blink of an eye, and that anything can be created in the blink of an eye. That's the power of the 4th dimension. All is possible, anything can shift and change, and we have the power to do it. So write down what you're voting for right now. What are some of the top 3 things that you would like to create? Okay. Hi, and so would any of you guys like to share? What are some of the things?
I was all locked and loaded because I was already meditating this morning. So,
Okay, great, perfect. What are they?
well, it's a positive polarity of power. And so the words are empowerment, influence, and encouragement.
Wonderful. Empowerment, influence, encouragement. Anything?
Freedom,
Freedom,
economic stability,
economic stability.
and love.
You want to share? Peace, love, respect. Okay, wonderful.
Love,
Love,
peace, success, and abundance.
peace, success, and abundance. Beautiful. And any of our global peace tribers, would you like to share what you came up with?
I'll read some of what people are saying. We've got ego-based greed is replaced by compassionate care for all. No money is replaced with everybody just knowing what needs to be done and doing it. Susan Blomquist writes harmony with the earth. George Noble writes acceptance of all as it is, non-judgment. Connie Baxter writes more abundance than we can fathom.
Beautiful. And how about you all?
I wanted to create women's circles for connection and growth and ways to clear up our lineage to teach our youth on ways to behave.
Beautiful. So women's circles to clear up our, I'm just repeating it for the live stream, to
clear up like our lineage, our ancestry.
clear up our lineage and ancestry. Beautiful.
We are the ones that are ancestors.
Yes, exactly. We are the ones, our ancestors, and we're powerful. And for you?
I got several. The creative pursuit of empowerment, freedom, love, and acceptance.
Creative pursuit of power, freedom, love, and acceptance. Beautiful. And anything you'd like to share?
Telepathic communication.
What is it?
Telepathic
Compassion communication, telepathic communication. Yes,
Yes.
exactly. That is a hallmark of the fourth and fifth dimension. Definitely. So beautiful. So look at the world that we are just co-creating in this now moment. This is the now earth for us. This is the now earth for our fourth and fifth dimensional world. Everything else out there is Shakespeare's theater and it's noise. It's very loud. It's very loud. And it's actually going to get louder because we are choosing something different. And they're trying to tell us, no, come down and listen to us. But we have now chosen what all of you have been sharing: peace, empowerment, personal empowerment, compassion, love, connection to the earth, abundance for all. These are our choices, and we are co-creating them together in the now moment, co-creating the now earth. And this is how we do it. It's an energetic process. So as we are leaving behind this third dimensional game that we have played for you, we have played it out, all of us. We have been oppressors and oppressed, kings and slaves. We have played every role, every possibility, and we have done it all. But we are now leaving this third dimensional reality behind us with love. And now we choose choice, balance, abundance, alignment, compassion. And as more and more and more of us choose that in every moment, this is how we are creating the now earth, the fifth dimension. This is what we are doing. So every moment, each one of us chooses self-awareness, chooses compassion, chooses love. This is the ultimate act of liberation for ourselves and for the planet. And this is how we are co-creating the fifth dimension together. Our human minds can't even begin to comprehend how and what that will look like. Yet we know it is one: peace, love, harmony, community, cooperation, abundance, all of the things that we've all mentioned and talked about. So it's up to us energetically to choose that for ourselves and for the planet in every moment, despite all of the noise around us that asks us to go back and believe and react and step into something different. So this is the process of empowerment that we are in together now as a community, as a collective. And for all of you here, you're already playing in the fourth and fifth dimension. You're already co-creating all of this. But the more that we become aware that we are doing this, we disrupt the old patterns of reactivity and rigidity of the third dimension. The more we realize, oh my God, what just happened on the news? Taking me into fear. Well, I can choose something different. That is a pattern disruptor. So every moment that we are able to step into our self-awareness, we're able to disrupt the patterns of the third dimension and consciously make that fourth dimensional choice. And more of us than we can even imagine are doing this. And as we come together in community here at Expo, here online, we are all doing this together. And we're here to remind one another that we have this power of choice. We have this power of love, that we are stepping into our alignment and balance. And that nothing is forever. All of these stories of rigidity and separation, that's all in the third dimension. For us, anything and everything is possible, and it can all change in the blink of an eye. So it's a very powerful moment for all of us as we really begin to understand where we have been and how powerful we are as we step into our power of choice. And that we are empowered beings. We no longer have to be a victim. Because when we choose for ourselves, we're choosing for the family, and we're choosing for the collective, and we're choosing the fifth dimension. So it's a very powerful time that all of us are co-creating together right now. And when we think about it in these simple terms, we begin to understand that we are co-creating this now earth together in every moment. Yes, there's a lot of frenetic noise around us, but we can release and let all that go. Because thoughts, we are picking up on so many thoughts and disruptions and anxieties from everyone around us. They're coming in, and then they're affecting our emotions. Thoughts are electric and emotions are magnetic. So as we feel those thoughts in our mind, and we feel those emotions erupting, we can release and ground and let those go. We can release them into Mama Gaia, into Mother Earth. Allow her to transmute those energies. And as we let go and release, we can step in to our own choice and our own power, remembering who we are as creator conscious beings and creating the now earth. And so I just ask all of you to close your eyes. Close your eyes and just relax. Feeling the excitement and the energetics of this fourth and fifth dimensional consciousness reality that we are all co-creating. Breathe in and breathe out, relaxing and letting go. And just feeling some of those frenetic emotions and thoughts that have been coming at you, to you, through you, throughout the week, throughout the weekend. Feel those thoughts coming in and just let them go. Let them go and release. Through this beautiful grounding flow, this golden tube of light that connects from the root chakra down, 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 to the center of the earth, to Mother. Breathe in, feeling frenetic thoughts, the fears, the anxiety, the despair, the disruption. And you let go. Feeling them again and letting go. And just releasing all to Mama Gaia, allowing her to take in all of that anxiety, those fears, those disruptions, and just letting go and letting her to transmute. And feeling those electric thoughts, those emotions that have been taken over. Fear and anxiety. What will happen? What will be? What has happened before and what is to come? All of those electric thoughts that attract light. We release them on an electric cord surrounding that tube of light. Let them all and release. We release what is no longer ours, what has not been ours. Those emotions, fear, anger, despair, anxiety. We let them all go to nothing. And as she takes them in with love, she transmutes all of these energies. And she gives back to us her strength, her power, her stability, her eternal wisdom, her everlasting abundance. For she has been here for eons, watching, supporting, loving, and she will continue to be. So we feel her strength, her power, her unconditional love, her peace, her wisdom. And we bring this in and breathe this in up into our root chakra. Feeling the blessings, the magnanimous nature of who we are. So blessed. We bring this into our sacred chakra. Feeling the creativity of our being as we co-create this now earth together. Lighting up our solar plexus, our ability to manifest, to bring into fruition all that we know is possible and beyond. Lighting up our heart chakra, opening up wider and wider and wider, so that our unconditional love of self and of all is able to hold the entire planet, the entire being, in love, compassion, and grace. Lighting up our throat chakra, so we are able to speak our truth and power in full alignment with who we are as our creator selves, our divine selves. And lighting up our third eye, so that we are able to know all, see all, across the multidimensional realm, utilizing our telepathic and spiritual ability to see and know and understand. And lighting up our seventh chakra, crown, opening ourselves up to the higher realm, to the divine, wider and wider and wider. So more of our divine creator being can pour into who we are in this physical human. And as we feel this light and love rushing in and through us, through every cell of our body, we feel enlivened, enlightened, empowered, excited for who we are and what we are here to do together. Together as a global family. Together with our archangels and ascended masters, brothers and sisters, friends and God. For we are all one. And we go higher and higher. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th chakras, all lighting into the celestial realm. We soar higher and higher, feeling the ultimate freedom of who we are as the eternal spirit. And then we look down on this magnificent path where we chose to be, where we chose to be. And we see peace. We see love. We see community. We see cooperation. We see harmony. We see abundance for all. We see oneness with the mineral plants and animal kingdoms. We feel, we know, we co-create together the fifth dimension. Feel the power of who you are in this moment as you look at your co-creation of ultimate beauty and light and power. So vivid, so beautiful, so lit up that it lights up the entire universe and multiverse. Feel the reverberation of what we are co-creating shine across the universe. So this is what we are doing together in this now moment. This is our truth. And we reverberate and share this power, this peace, this certainty, this presence, this love, this compassion to all across the planet. We go to all of the homes, the orphanages, the war zones, the refugees, the hospitals, and we bring our peace, our power, our love, our compassion, our abundance, and our certainty, and knowing that we are here to choose love, and we bring love, and we are love. Breathe in the power of who you are, and breathe it out across the universe. Knowing, feeling, understanding that we are co-creating the fifth dimension together. Breathing in your power, feeling your certainty, feeling your strength and wisdom, feeling the passion and compassion of who you are as a divine, and release it out to the world. So open your eyes now, feeling the strength of who you are, feeling yourselves as the divine creator being, feeling your power to choose in every moment what you want to create as our reality. This is who we are, and we are truly creating the now earth in the fifth dimension together. So thank you all. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your co-creation, for your courage, your bravery, for being the light, because we know a lot of people are still playing here, but we are playing here and here. And as we stay here and here, we support all others in doing this. So thank you all for playing. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you all for tuning in and co-creating this fifth dimensional reality with me together. So I really appreciate all of you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. If you have questions, feel free to let me know. And thank you, Global Peace Tribe, and of course, our Soul Search community as well. And thank you, Scott.
That was wonderful. So many comments coming in of people appreciating you, your wisdom. Just a great presentation. People really loved it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thanks for tuning in. And this is our continued conversation. This is our continued mission. This is our continued movement. All of us together. This is what we're doing together, creating the awakening world. So thank you all. Stay tuned in. We have Annie Bachelor coming in next. So lots of love to all of you guys. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Okay, what I'm going to do is for right now, I'm going to put the focus on Omashar. There he is.
And this is how we do it. That was.
I love that community that you've got behind you.
I know. Well, it's relevant to the next song, and Tanjila, what wisdom that woman shares and holds, and it's amazing. She's so clear. She has the whole universe in her heart, and so I really appreciate that. And we'll just close this portion with this song here with my family, and here it goes. Here with my family, heaven is in my heart. I sing of the love I am, and know we're never apart. One heart, one love, one life we live. One heart, one love, one life we live. You can sing too, but keep yourself muted, dear. Here with my family, heaven is in my heart. I sing of the love I am, and know we're never apart. Mute yourselves, guys. One heart, one love, one life we live. One heart, one love, one life we live. Twice more, and don't unmute. Here with my family, heaven is in my heart. I sing of the love I am, and know we're never apart. One heart, one love, one life we live. One heart, one love, one life we live. One more time. You ready? Here with my family, heaven is in my heart. I sing of the love I am, and know we're never apart. There is only one love, one heart, one life we live. One heart, one love, one life we live. We live. We live. Oi.
What a beautiful, beautiful.
I've blown my moment. I'm done for the day.
Oh my God, thank you. And thank you everybody for dancing and moving, from Scotty Satori, Pat Tracy. Good to see Kiki, Adora, Susans, all the Susans.
And now
Tiara,
we had some new friends
John,
too, which
and
is
we have
really wonderful.
some new
We have
friends.
Tracy from Australia.
Yeah.
Good day, mate.
And let me tell everybody what's going to be coming up.
G'day!
Let's send lots of love to Omashar. Thank you for coming up, and whatever it takes with what you're going on through with your ribs, to be singing, and bringing your love and maximum grace for maximum healing, my friend.
Thank you so much. It's a trip because I have these anti-inflammatory pain meds, and they take half an hour to kick in, and their peak efficiency is 2 to 4 hours. And so this is that 2 to 4 hours. So
Oh my gosh. Well, may things ease for you as best as possible.
like calling the bone angels.
All right. That's a good idea.
I love you all. Thank you.
Love you so much, brother. All right, so in 2 minutes, we'll resume with Soul Search. And let me tell you what's going to be happening. At 12 noon, in a couple of minutes, Annie Bachelor is going to be doing a presentation on the Akashic Records and Soul Consciousness. Then at 1 p.m., there's going to be a sound bath with 2 women leading it. A sound bath infused with crystals and Reiki. Relax, recharge, and realign your energy with a powerful Reiki and crystal infused sound bath meditation journey led by Shamikia and Aaron. I don't know them, but it looks wonderful. And then 2 o'clock, our good friends Renee and Anthony will be coming on, doing the Rise of the Feminine with Mary Magdalene, how to balance our energies. So we're going to just be kind of plugged into the Soul Search computer. And I think we're about to start. Let's go to gallery view. It's Tanjila. There we go. Oh, no, I heard her voice, but as soon as Annie comes on, you'll lose me. And I hope everybody's having a beautiful Sunday. What a wonderful way to start. Tanjila's meditation and Omashar's music. What a blessing. Georgia writes, ooh, Omashar.
It's phenomenal, Scott. I love our Sacred Sundays. They just have a different tone to them.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I'm glad we're still doing it. And thank you, Omashar, because I wouldn't do any of that. I still wouldn't be doing the Awakening World if it wasn't for Omashar.
You know, the support comes in when it's needed, brother. This is the where the imaginal cells coming together.
Okay, here is Barbara to introduce the next person.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Beautiful. It's good to see you all. We are going to start in just a few minutes. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second and then get a few things ready, and then we will start.
And Scott, I wonder if they can put their original sound on, because the sound cuts in and out a little bit.
Okay, that's a really good idea. So let's ask them once she can hear. Barbara, can you make sure that your original sound is turned on?
Can you hear me? I don't know. Let's see. It's the, maybe because I don't have a lavalier, but Annie will have a lavalier. I just got a little microphone. Hang on.
Right, but if you turn on your computer, make sure the original sound is turned on, and it'll be better for people.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Omashar, do you want to direct her?
Can you, hey, beautiful, can you go to audio settings in Zoom? Do you know how to?
Yes.
So open audio settings and then scroll down until you see microphone. Yes, can you see that? Microphone?
That was test speaker.
And then below microphone, scroll down until you see original sound for musicians.
Wait, hang on. No, I didn't do that right. Sorry.
Can you see it?
I pulled up audio and not test speaker. So audio.
No, keep on
Audio,
scrolling down.
Got it.
Keep on scrolling down until you see microphone, and below microphone, keep on scrolling down until you see original sound for musicians.
Oh, got it.
Check that.
Okay.
And then below that, just uncheck high fidelity music mode.
Okay. I have echo cancellation. Just
check echo cancellation.
Check that.
Uncheck stereo audio.
Okay.
Okay, get out of that and go to the front page.
Okay,
And then the top right hand of the corner, move your cursor up there. A little bar will come up saying original sound for musicians off. Click that. And so,
okay.
brilliant.
Oh, that was easy. Look, I was techie today, guys.
You're awesome.
Amazing. Okay, so that's good now?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I'm going to turn on this one. Do you need, is this audio okay, or do you need a microphone boost?
Microphone.
Okay.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday,
I'm trying to turn it on. Hang on.
February 1st and 2nd at the Double Tree Diner. It's free to attend with advanced registration.
Is that better?
Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more.
Okay.
Yes. It's better.
Healings for your emotional and
Are we
physical
ready to
well-being.
start?
Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone live streaming with us. Hello, everyone in the awakening world. It's so amazing to be here all together in the same space. We know there's no such thing as being separated. We are all in this together, no matter where we're coming from in the world. Hello, everybody here joining us live at the Burlingame Soul Search Enlightenment Expo. Can everyone sitting in this room say hello to everyone live streaming? Hello. Beautiful. Our frequencies are completely connected as we are about to embark on this amazing journey with our Akashic Record expert, Annie. You are all in for such a treat. I never get to stay in these talks, but one of these days I'm going to be able to do that. So we are thrilled to have back with us Reverend Annie Bachelor. She is the gifted channel, psychic, medium, and healer who graces us at most of our expos with over 30 years of experience. She has dedicated her life to helping people reunify their soul and the divine. As she often says, truly the divine doth the works, not I. Annie's natural psychic ability has been enhanced by teaching Awakening Your Light Body, Channeling 101, and How to Read the Akashic Records. Through these spiritual practices, Annie made peace with her own painful life experiences, including being disabled with multiple sclerosis for 10 years, multiple tubal pregnancies, a miscarriage, and having to give back an adopted newborn to a birth family. Annie's spirit guides channeled the book, Bringing Forth Consciousness, an Akashic Records Guide to Living a Fulfilled Life, which we just happen to have right here.
Bringing for soul consciousness.
This book offers meditative quality and content, as well as guided exercises to teach energy skills and ways of working purposefully in your own Akashic records. Today with Annie, we will amplify our connection to the light and consciousness of our own souls as she guides us through the process of embodying our soul's light in the most graceful and beautiful of ways, I have to add. In doing this, we will discover the power of our soul and the Akashic Records for guidance to living a fulfilled life. Reverend Annie will also share her personal journey and the profound impact the Akashic Records has had on her own life. So without further ado, let's welcome Reverend Annie Bachelor.
Hello, good day. Thank you for being here. Hello to everybody who's on the streaming. Thank you for being in the audience physically. My heart goes out to you. My spiritual heart is so touched that you come to listen in. So I'm going to pass around a sheet. You can get on my mailing list if you so desire. If you do not so desire, don't get on the mailing list. I don't want to throw away email. I don't want things that bounce back. And if you would be so kind as to write clearly, then if you really want to be on the mailing list so I can actually read it, that would help me so much. Thank you. And there's a couple flyers in there in case you want to pull one of those out. Thank you. So what I want to do first is kind of engage you in a conversation. And I realize that my information is a little too far away. About the soul. Like, How many people here, by raising your hand, feel that information and knowing your soul is important? Yes, I could not agree more. Of course, it's my sole purpose to reunify people with their souls. And my guides tell me that the soul is specifically constructed as the link to the divine. So that is another reason why it's important to really have a connection with a deep personal experience of the energy and the character and the light and consciousness of your soul. So why do you think it's important why else do you want to know your soul? What else makes it of interest?
I want
Yes.
to connect the two.
Yes.
Because sometimes the body does not follow what the soul really wants. And so you've got to know what your soul really wants from you to be doing. And I don't always know that.
So this woman said a really important point. She says, I want to know what my soul's really thinking, because sometimes the physical self, if I'm interpreting that correctly, doesn't do what the soul wants. And then there's conflict, right?
In our world, for one.
Yeah, and it's evident out in the world. Easily, well said and well described. Exactly. Does anybody else have an understanding of why it's important to know your soul?
So you can basically unleash your maximum potential and realize your whole purpose in this lifetime.
I paid you earlier, right? She says, so you can unleash your maximum potential in this life. And I couldn't have said it better. And exactly. We're all kind of hungry for that connection. We want to get rid of that sense of separation from the divine and from our greater selves. And I think knowing my soul and embodying my soul's light helps me do that. To kind of put things in perspective, I'm going to go ahead and read one of the prayers. There are 5 prayers and affirmations in my book. This is my working copy, that's why it has all these things on it. But you can buy a copy and it has this autographed copy sticker on it, and it will have a perfectly channeled note inside just for you. But in the back are all the affirmations and prayers, as well as the 13 Akashic Records exercises that to help you. So this is the integrating soul prayer. And what I always say is just let these words wash over you. One of the terms that is going to be referred here is the Great Creatress. And my guides in the Akashic Records are the Akashic Beings of Light. And they channeled most of the chapters in this book. There's 40 chapters. It's not a lightweight thing. It's written like a teaching manual. But the Great Creatress is the Akashic Beings of Light, their word for the Supreme Divine Feminine. And if you need another word in there, just slide it in your own mind. I'm not looking for converts. I'm just looking for the energy that we can generate here that brings us closer to our souls. Okay. For the highest good of all, Great Creatress, please open my spiritual heart to full vibrancy. Awaken me to your divine design. By the power of your spirit within me, I presence my soul. I embody its light and consciousness. Oversee my soul and physical experience as we become one. Safe in your embrace, my soul's light fills me to the brim. Recognizing my soul's divinity and alliance with you, I open to receive its beneficial influence. Embodying my soul's light, I am strengthened. I am awakened to its consciousness. Like you, Great Creatress, my soul embraces me kindly. guides me wisely, fills my heart with its love, sweetens my thoughts, words, and deeds with compassion. My soul naturally forms my link with thee, O Creatress. May all consciousness be of the light, and so it is. Yeah, there we go. Feel that in the crown chakra? Good job, folks. Thank you very much. So, back to why it's important to have a connection with the soul. How do you hear or receive soul messages? How do you know it's the soul talking to you? Yes, sure.
It's not my voice. It's
See?
it's definitely more pragmatic, more to the point, a lot less frilly than I am.
So for those of you out there in streaming land, she says it's not my voice. It's more pragmatic, more direct, and it's more practical and applicable sort of thing.
If I'm in a tricky situation, and if I'm really listening, it's a lot more, not disconnected, but more objective.
Yes.
It doesn't take on the emotions that I do.
It's like it comes from way out here, but it is so personal that it just pings in all my cells, right? How does somebody else receive messages from their soul? Do you have physical sensations? Are there phrases and certain words that seem to be stressed? Like, this is important, use this word? Yes. You see pictures. Great. Yeah? So your meditation room is in the shower room? Water is powerful, right? Yes. Beautiful. That is a beautiful description. Images are very powerful for us. Images and symbols. Sometimes when I'm doing readings with people and I get an image or a symbol, I have to ask, what does this mean? Because I don't get it. I'll give you an example. I was doing a reading for a man, and it was sort of weird. I'm going, all I'm getting is this sort of black and white old movie picture, but it's just lips with red lipstick. And I'm going, okay, I'm seeing lips with red lipstick. Does this mean anything to you? And he says, oh yeah. My mother would put on her lipstick and then her bathrobe. Like this was the order of importance in her day. So I knew, okay, this reading is probably going to be about mother. And so it was like, oh, okay, we're on the right track, right? And so things sort of unfolded from there. And, you can ask, like, I don't get it. What are you talking about? What is this message? Help me understand. Help me understand. Make it clear to me what the purpose of this image is. And, I think we've kind of grown away from, well, can I question the divine? I'm supposed to swallow everything wholesale? Well, yeah, you can. It's a conversation. We converse with the divine. That's how we get to know the divine. That's how we get to know our souls, because we are communicating. We are communing. We're in the energy of our souls. And that can show up as physical experiences, pictures, phrases, words. I like to ask questions in the Akashic Records. They're like the can openers to information in the Akashic Records. And I have a couple of starting phrases that really help. What's the truth about me and fill in the blank? Why is this important at this time in my life? How is this helping me to evolve? closer to my soul, closer to divine. What, why, and how questions really count. Because you can ask yes, no questions all day, but you're going to be done in like 5 minutes. And I think you're probably like me, you want the full package. You want all the information you can get that's going to empower you and help rocket you into the next dimension, right? So opening the Akashic Records really helps with that. This book, Chapter 2, teaches you how to open your Akashic Records. And it teaches what the Akashic Records are about. And by the way, the way this book came about is, this is Annie's personality stuff. I'm going to take a writing class and learn how to write really good marketing copy, so all of you will pay me to be your favorite psychic, and I will become famous and rich. Okay? A little ego in them, right? So I go to this writing class, and the first day we're writing, what comes out? The first channel chapter of this book. And it's the introductory messages from the Akashic Beings of Light. And I'm like, nobody said I'm writing a book. Is this, I didn't know. Nobody said we're writing a book. Where'd this come from? And they said, if we had given you the picture of what you're really up to in this life, like the whole picture, you would have run tail and hid face down and head down in the sand. And I was like, yeah, I would. It's been a rough ride at times. And although I chose it, which is a rough ride in itself. And the teacher said, and she's pretty spiritual. She's like, even further out on the wavy gravy edge than I am. She said, well, this is pretty esoteric stuff. And she says, who's your audience? And I took that back to the Akashic Beings of Light and I said, this is kind of esoteric stuff. How am I supposed to work with this? And they said, we have to produce a book that's ahead of the curve. Otherwise, by the time the information gets out there, it'll be obvious. And I was like, thank you. Especially when I was writing a chapter called How the Soul is Constructed. And, in there I'm going, listen, folks, I don't know anything about this. You should probably get somebody else to write this chapter. I don't really know. And they're like, just keep typing. Just keep typing. So I kept typing, and I get this whole chapter on how the soul is constructed and why it's constructed in a certain way. And like our soul is like the software that runs the hardware. Our bodies are the hardware. The soul is the one that said, in this lifetime, we're going to experience X, Y, Z, P, and Q, right? And the body is going, really? How do I do that? I'm going to break something. And the soul is like, this is how we're going to learn to evolve and become closer and closer with the divine. So I'm just going to teach you a little bit about what the Akashic Records are about. The Akashic Records, and that's a Sanskrit word meaning limitless sky or raw energy from which all things are formed. Raw energy gets molded and shaped and turned into physical things by our thoughts and our wishes and our wants, right? So it's really nice to know that the Akashic Records are spiritual, not psychic. So you don't have to have a PhD in psychic readings to be able to work effectively in your own Akashic Records. And they are the record of your soul's entire journey. All your lifetimes, all your in-between lifetimes, all the things where you went off world to study with a certain group of consciousness in order to learn a certain thing, right? All that is recorded in the Akashic Records. And the wonderful thing is they are governed by 3 principles which make me feel really happy. Resist not, judge not, and fear not. Now you open your records and you get into an environment like that and it's like, all right, I get to be as big and as loud and as, strong and as I really am in this space. And it is really fun. I mean, that to me is where judge not, fear not, resist not. So if I'm resisting, I'm trying not to have, I'm resisting somebody or something. If I'm fearful, what's controlling my thoughts and my feelings? Fear, right? And my acronym for fear is future events already ruined. Because when I'm in fear, I'm always out in the future going, oh no, what am I going to do with it? It's always, I'm nowhere near this moment. It's like, get back into the present moment where everything is, oh, I'm not in the rain, there's gas in my car, there's food at my roof, everything's okay. I have a roof over my head when I go home. There's love in my life. It's all going to be all right. So, in the Akashic Records, the order of importance is energy first, information second. Because the energy will get in underneath the personality's objections. Or the mind's like, my training is blah, 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 right? And that's like locked down, right? Because the human mind can be pretty resistant. Anyway, so the energy can sneak in surreptitiously, or the light can seep in surreptitiously and do the work and lay the groundwork so that the ship that you're really looking forward to and looking to create or experience actually can happen, right? It's the energy. And the words or the descriptions or the pictures or the explanation, that can come later. It's when your mind goes, oh, this is an okay thing? Okay, I'll let it in, You know what I mean? So, in your Akashic Records, it's easy to access past lives and information about your ancestors. They're all part of your record. Anybody we had a relationship or even a conversation in the grocery store line, it's all in the records. It's all there. But it's recorded with absolutely no judgment. There's not an evaluation or a moral summary going on in here. That's not happening. It's like, oh, this happened. End of story. It happened. And sometimes we need to know that. This is an opportunity to discover how you can come to peace with your past and to love yourself unconditionally. Okay, I'm in. What do I want? I want to know why I had 3 tubal pregnancies, a miscarriage, and had to give the adopted baby back after having him for 28 days. That ripped my heart out. I mean, I took him home from the hospital on Christmas Day. and I learned so much from this little window of experience. The birth mother was 15 years old at the time she got pregnant by an 18-year-old guy. And her grandmother raised her. Somewhere along the line, her mother was not quite tuned into being a mother. And so grandma raised her. The reason she wanted the baby back was not because the birth mother wanted to raise him. The mother wanted a do-over. Not the grandmother, the mother wanted to take the grandbaby on and have a do-over. And I looked at my records and I went, I signed up to be part of this family's drama. I signed up, oh yeah, you need somebody to do that in your lifetime so that whatever you can experience happens. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. I will never choose that again. Lesson learned. And coming to peace with that peace in my life was like, okay. I was standing in my hall after that happened, and I'm looking inside my linen closet, which I kept tight. It was organized. It was neat, because that's how I was at the time. And I'm like, okay, divine, I get it. You don't want me to have a family. What do you want me to do? And what happens next? I start getting psychic readings. I start doing classes about esoteric energy. I start learning and off and running. Total. I was selling semiconductors in Silicon Valley at the time. So it was like going from that and the little pinstripe suit and the briefcase, dress for success stuff, you know, and I went into this whole other field. And it was, you know, it probably would have taken that to get me to change directions because I have really strong self-will, and to orient me to divine will takes a major shift. Or an accident or a 2x4 up the head, you know, it's just like that. Okay. Like the Akashic Records seem to offer a way to come to peace with my powerlessness over what happened. You know, I couldn't have changed those people. They were on a mission. They were having their own drama. Everyone involved had played their little part. And also, I bailed out of that marriage. Like, I ran. I moved to Washington State shortly after that. I did not know how to handle my first husband's response to grief. Didn't make sense to me. He was angry, and I was just wrecked with grief. You know, wrecked, a mess in parts. And I didn't know how to be with him, and I bolted. And that turned out that was one of my themes. One of the things I've had to overcome in life is do not bolt. Do not bolt. It's hard on people you bolt from. It leaves them holding all the cards wanting what did I do? What happened? You know, it's disruptive. So here's an Akashic perspective for you. The soul has everything it needs and nothing it doesn't need. There's a lot to think about in that statement, huh? You know, in my world, a soul is created by the divine taking a piece of her light and creating that point of light into a spark of consciousness, and that into your soul. So we are products of the divine. We are part and parcel of the divine, and there's got to be linkage with the divine plan, right? Got to be connection. And I feel it like I need connection with the divine. Don't you? Does anybody else feel that way? Like when I'm not myself, it's like, who do I go? Oh, please help me. You know, great prayer works all the time. Please help me. Totally qualified prayer. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, good. We're doing it again. That makes it better. Good. Okay. Every experience in your records is a healing. You're back unified with your soul, your original design, the creator of the purpose that you're having, the life you're having, and you're connected with the divine. That is a healing. And people walk away from their readings going, oh, I'm glad I did this. I should do this once a year. I think we should do it more often than that. But, you know, it's like, open your mouth and remove all doubt. That's my brother's expression. And, you know, like, ask the questions that are on your mind. They're in there for a reason, and they're kind of driving us around like they're the motor that's pushing us to do things and to come to, you know, a Soul Search Enlightenment Expo, because we have questions and we need answers. And so you have every right to be in your Akashic Records. Let's see, what else do you want me to tell you about? Working in Akashic Records is a practice. You know, everybody starts as a beginner. even playing field. No, there's no like holy stars, superpower rockets, whatever. Everybody, this is your soul. It's your business. You know, it's like, why wouldn't you go find out from the source? Why was I an alcoholic and an addict? And that led to me becoming sober using spiritual principles, because it was the divine that put a wedge between me and the things I was addicted to. And that made me really happy. I didn't need the drugs and the alcohol and the substances and the food and the cigarettes, you know, whatever, to fill me up. You know, being connected with my soul does that. Being in the lap of the divine. Literally, I envisioned crawling into the lap of the divine and going, I need to just sit here for a while. I'm just going to meditate in the lap of the divine and like be held. You know? Yeah, it sounds kind of like mommy. Yep, that's how mature I am. Approximately 10% of Akashic Records readers receive information via audio and body sensations. 10% receive visual images, and 80% receive through a sense of knowing. You know, that sense of knowing that's like, it's like, you just know. There's no question in it. You don't have to doubt yourself, wonder if you're just making it up. Is that just my imagination? I'm a really active imagination. Is that just making that up? You know, when I first started getting past life information about people and readings, it was like, this, am I making this up? But it sure did go. And the more I talked about it, the more I spoke out loud to the person I was reading for about the reading, they're like sitting there going, like they got it. And it didn't matter what my mind was trying to judge or edit or, you know, be careful of. My job is to speak what's coming through. I may not understand it, but you do. So I really make a point of noticing body sensations. When I first started channeling, before I even learned about the records, I would get like, okay, there's a little twinge in my neck. Oh, what's that? That's just my neck having a twinge. That seems to have gone away. Okay, great. And I would ignore it because I thought it was me. And that would happen on a regular basis. And after a while, I went, maybe it's just to ask them, do you have a twinge in your neck or this thing in your back? And they would, yeah, in fact, that's one of the reasons I'm here for a reading. Oh, okay. Thank you, that helps me a lot. And, you know, and it's okay to ask questions in the reading. I don't always know what you do for a living. I mean, really, let's just get to the point. This is what you do for a reading, but what are a living, but what's not working? Where's the rub? Where's the conflict? That's what we're here to make peace with, right? Okay, so the Akashic Records create an energetic sphere around you, containing heart connection between the human you, your soul, and the great creatrix, or the divine as you know. You know, I mean, that's why I'm such a fan of the records, is because it always feels good. At worst, it's like, well, that was kind of uneventful. But it didn't wreck the day. It was still a good meditation or something like that, right? This is a really good point. You can be certain you are receiving Akashic information if it contains a positive tone, contains an uplifting message, and the overall feeling is loving, expansive, kind, compassionate, and respectful. If what you're hearing in the Akashic Records is, you knew better than that. You shouldn't do that. Well, what were you thinking? Like, yeah, yes, exactly. That's my human mind, right? And the records don't speak that way. They just don't. So, since it's the record of your soul's journey, it makes sense that this is a tool to help you grow spiritually and to become closer to your soul. when I started channeling in 1988, it was like the year and a half after I had to give the baby back. And I was up in Washington. I received a letter because we didn't have email yet. And I'm reading this letter. I'm standing in the living room. I'm shaking. And I'm going, I have to be in this class. I wasn't even read the whole thing. I have to be in this class. I'm already going, okay, I could probably make a payment on this credit card, another payment on here. And by the time to make the third payment, but it's going to rack them. But I was going to this class. Then I read a little bit further down and it says, the prerequisite is you have to channel. Now my teachers were Sinea Roman and Dwayne Packer. And some of you, if you're old enough, you probably remember the book Opening to Channel by Sinea Roman and Dwayne Packer. You're not old enough. Anyway, it's like the Bible of, they taught a lot of people in the Bay Area how to channel. And then they moved up to Shasta and worked in Shasta and Ashland and Medford and so forth. But they were my teachers from I had readings with Sinea in about 1985. And she helped me get over, after I had 3 tubal pregnancies, I had this swollen ovary that was about like a grapefruit. And the doctor says, well, this doesn't reduce in size within a short amount of time. We're going to have to go in and do surgery again. And it was like, I had the last 2 tubal pregnancies 5 months apart. And it was like, there was a scream in there, huge scream. And I was like, no. So I called her and I said, I need a reading. And she taught me how to heal my body. And what she taught me is how to listen to it. I drove my body like a Mack truck. Just or a tank, you can go over this, you can compete with the men, you don't have to get that much sleep, you don't have to eat regularly, you don't have to feed your body at certain times or certain kinds of food, total disregard, right? Apparently that doesn't work. And my body really likes it when I feed it on a regular basis and take care of it, get lots of sleep, rest when I need to rest. She said, go in, ask your body what it needs and wants right now. And when I was healing up from this 3rd tubal pregnancy, I got like 5 answers consistently, or a combination of one or 2 of the 5. Water, carrots, broccoli, a walk, or a nap. And so if I got water and carrots, I go get a couple of big glasses of water, down them, and then eat some carrots. Like, okay, good. And she also taught me to work with the healing divas, and they would go in and scrub places that were scarred and take care of little bits and pieces that need to be cleaned out of the cells and things like that. Anyway, and it was like, really? This is awfully easy, And I was a real beginner then. I wasn't even channeling them, but it just seemed completely natural to me. I'm going to drink of water now because my mouth is dry. You have helper's disease, so do I. Very appreciated. Thank you. So, I learned how to change. Oh, yes, please.
Question.
Yes.
On the record, just of the past and present, or does it contain the future?
Well, there's a couple of answers to that. A, there is no time in the Akashic Records. So if I say, what time is a good time for this lady to move to another county? And they'll say, oh, anytime's fine. And it's like, no, she needs to know. She has to plan. There are, different factors in play, right? But they will usually come up with an answer. In the records, there's the past. Okay, let me start that sentence again. In the records hold everything that has happened, is happening now, and has the potential or the possibility of happening in the future. Now, if you want to make a change in your life and you go, I'm not shopping at that grocery store and I'm not going to that coffee shop, I'm gonna go this way home. You make little changes like that in your life, it changes like the warp and the weft in the Akashic Records. And that changes the possibility of what can happen for you, right? So rather than do like I do, like turn your life upside down and change everything and scare the crap out of yourself and your family and the people who love you, and your therapist is going, Annie, are you sure about this? Of course, I made a plan. Self-will, you know? If you make little changes, it doesn't scare your poor personality who's having to live in this body with you, right? Like, and when I come from fear, that scrambles the works, right? It really does. The guides say in my book, what you think about most is easiest to manifest. So if I'm thinking most about, good God, what's going to happen now, and that's not going to be good for us, and it's going to tear down the animal, that can't, and look who's going to suffer, and like, stop. That's fear running my show. That's not connection with myself, my soul, and the divine. So I like being connected. And so your question is really relevant. And I kind of look at it when it's a time question. I think I pull out the old psychic tools and go, okay, where's the energy light up? Feel good. Oh, the time to move is probably going to be in August. Also, that's when the interest rates may come down just a bare little bit. That's what they told me. This was a recent question that somebody asked me. The future, as a psychic, I know a lot of people want to know the future. When is he going to show up? What is my boyfriend thinking? Okay, we're laughing because we recognize these questions. I resemble that remark, So, okay, when is he going to show up? You know when that person is going to show up? When you learn to love yourself unconditionally. When you learn how to be a good partner to yourself. When you learn to value and respect yourself. All on your own, not expecting somebody else to bring it forth for you. If they could do, they've got to show me. They better come bring the goods. No, I generate my reality from in here. So I got to bring the goods to myself. I have to be a really good partner to myself. And then people who fit much better with us start showing up, And what also works is, I'm going to be single for 3 years. That's it. I don't need a relationship. I'm single for 3 years. Yeah, 5 months later, I'm moving in. But I've been there for 12 years, and it's the best experience I've had. So we have about 4 minutes left that I can answer questions. Yes? Yes, absolutely. In fact, my book teaches you how to open your Akashic Records. It's not really about learning to be a reader, and you may have a bent that way, and that could be a future conversation, or it's probably going to be one of the classes I teach later on this year. But this is really about you being with you, your soul, your records, your version of the divine. And as a channel, I used to find it horribly difficult to get information about myself when I was channeling. It was like, where did my objectivity go? Nowhere. Left town. But in the records, I can get information. I was doing a reading swap with this gal once, and I have an affinity that verges on addiction to butter. And I would be very happy in a closet, eating a bar, eating butter by myself. Don't bother me, I'm busy. And I was like, what's the truth about me and butter? And immediately this image of a little, kind of a dirty little orphan gal in a dress with a big cow, a white and black cow on a string, basically, that she and the cow went around all these villages and provided milk or made butter, and the cow kept her warm. She slept with the cow, like that was the heat, that was the heat source. They kept each other alive, and it was such well, that was survival and fondness also. And it just was, as soon as I got that image, I'm bawling, right? It just made so much sense. And it made me feel less guilty and secretive about the fact that I like to eat butter by itself. As a main, that could be the main course, that's fine. Anyway, so more questions. Yes?
So the question, what is the truth about time, is one of the questions you ask. What else do you ask?
Why is this important? Yeah, okay, I've got 2 minutes. What does this have to do with me and my soul evolving? How does this help me develop unconditional love for myself, my fellows? What's the female version of fella? I don't know. I want to know. My friends, my family, my coworkers. So what, why, and how questions pull the information out. And when I do a reading on Zoom with people, I send a confirmation letter that says, you might want to play with some of these lines. Is there a past life that can be healed during this reading? Yes, and we're off to the races like that. Yes?
Is there a desire to detach from what you know about the butter addiction? Like, I sense that I have something genetic passed down, which can be very torturous. So I'll delve into these techniques that you mentioned, but is there a way to detach from what carries what?
Well, okay. Can I reinterpret your question? Thank you. My sense is, is this in my DNA? Am I stuck with this? Like, is this a programming feature and I can't change it? That feels like the question. Do I have to just put up with this crap?
That's getting straight to the point.
That's the records. Yeah. And the thing is, it bothers you, so we want to get right to the point. We want to find where's the opening for healing. And detach is a funny word. In my world, it means don't even think about changing him or her. That's Al-Anon, folks. Some of us went from AA to Al-Anon. Right? That's the advanced course, right? And so if I'm looking to make them different so I can be happy, yeah, I need to detach. But also just like, how can I love myself even though I have this could be family trait of fill in the blank? How can I love myself unconditionally? And usually, if I find a way to love it, it becomes less potent. It takes the sharpness out of the blades. Okay, I'm being told to move along. So I want you to buy my book. So come and get my book. It's $24. It's written so that each chapter has what's the term I use? Interactive questions. So there you are with your records open, and you answer some questions, and you write your answers. So we created the Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness Companion Journal, because the questions and the places to write them are all filled out for you. And so it's a really nice package. I'll give you a deal on it. Independently or individually, the book is $24 and the companion journal is $22. If you want to get the book on audiobook, because a lot of people like it that way, it's very meditative. It's great to be in the energy of it, of the chapters. I'll give you a list. At my booth is in the big room, and you can come see me. I'm doing readings out there. You can have an Akashic Records reading and get the book today.
Thank you. Thank you all. We have our amazing sound healer coming in now to do singing bowls with an amazing Reiki healer. So if you need a little vibrational upliftment right now, we would love to have you stay for that. And if not, go enjoy the event and all of the vendors.
So what, is she pulling in another one? I think so, she's going to the big room. Oh, okay. We have our live stream set up there. So okay, I'll move that table. Is this going back or we?
Yeah, we're gonna move all of this out of the way.
If you want to go through here to get yourself and we're getting set up. This on the side here.
Well, I think it's
So we're gonna stay up here instead?
Okay. Yeah, we have the lights. So.
Thank you. Whoopsie. Heads up, it's Tom.
So we're trying to figure out where she has her booth in the big room there. Yeah, cool, sure.
So as soon as I see what level you guys are at, I can maybe move the computers off of this table and onto a couple of chairs.
Okay.
You guys will.
Okay.
All right, so. Yes, so we're gonna actually carefully move everything off and onto
Are
chairs
you
so that
ready for personal
they
transformation?
can see the floor level.
Join us
Yeah.
at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Burlingame on Saturday, Sunday.
Are they attached to
February
each
1st
other?
and 2nd
Yes.
At the Double
Oh,
Tree
yes.
by
To
Hilton
go to the
Hotel.
Yeah, let's go to the left.
It's free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, body.
So Barbara, just so you know, the computer that you're using for us, is muted and the camera is turned off. I'm assuming that's intentional.
Yes, because I'm moving us to the floor so that you'll be able to see the sound bowls.
Thank you so much for doing
My
this.
pleasure. I just didn't want you to have to see all of this so close up. All right.
Welcome, Carol Craig. We're just setting up for a sound bath that's about to take place.
everyone, and welcome back to the Burlingame Soul Search Enlightenment Expo. We have the most amazing treat for you all today. We have a packed room here at our live event, and so many lucky people watching via live stream, both our own live stream at Soul Search and the Awakening World. Hello to everyone and welcome. I just invite you all to take a collective deep breath in and a nice slow breath out as we prepare this collective space for this powerful experience today. I'm kneeling here with you. As you can see behind me are the amazing singing bowls of Shamika, and Erin Sullivan is here who will be doing some amazing and powerful Reiki with her Reiki infused crystals today during this beautiful sound bath. Shamika began teaching yoga in 2016, and she began facilitating sound bath meditations in 2019. She soon discovered that attending sound baths herself and listening to recordings of crystal singing bowls gave her intense and powerful moments of relief from decades of anxiety. After 4 years of teaching yoga, Shamika felt called to provide this offering to others to help them calm their busy minds and tired bodies. She believes it's important to have a toolkit of remedies to help soothe when the nervous system is activated. And she fully believes self-healing begins when we are in a calm state. And speaking of a calm state, Erin Sullivan is going to help facilitate that today. Erin is a powerful Reiki master, and she is also the owner of Mosaic Mandala. She has a beautiful, gorgeous booth here with us today. If any of you who are attending live haven't been to her booth yet, please go. She infuses all of her beautiful crystals with Reiki, and she has candles that are infused with both Reiki and crystals. It's really an experience just to be at her booth. She, again, infuses a Reiki into her amazing collection, and she will be using that collection today with us as she does a collective healing during the beautiful sound bath, both for the people here live and with our streaming viewers. And so without further ado, let us collectively welcome Shamika and Erin into this space.
Thank you, Barbara. Hi, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. It's such an honor to be able to present this offering to you as a collaboration between myself and Shika, and I've also actually asked my friend Kia, who owns Malaya Botanicals. She also has a booth outside, and her products are CBD-based and cover a very diverse application.
Correct. So CBD health and wellness, also Reiki infuser, and my Reiki practitioner as well, and we'll be assisting Erin with the Reiki.
So we will be offering a collective Reiki blast, as we like to call it. We will also be walking around the room and giving Reiki to each of you individually, as long as we're receptive. And if you feel a gentle touch on your shoulders, that's just one of us letting you know that we're working with you. If you're not open to touch, just let me know, kind of just raise your hand or give me a nod, that way I kind of know as we go through. And otherwise, we'll just kind of let you know that we're there with you. I do want to, oh, sorry. I'll speak into the microphone. Just speak.
We really can't. So you need to put up the volume, please, or be louder. Maybe adjust audio settings on the computers.
Thank you for letting us know. I will speak louder, louder for the people in the back. Oh, all right. So just to quickly recap what I just said, we are here honored to offer this sound bath with Reiki today for everyone. Thank you for being with us. This is Shamika Goldsmith. I'm Erin Sullivan, and Kia from Malaya Botanicals is behind me. We are, I do want to share before we get started a fun story about my
to meet Shanikia and why that is such an important part of my journey. And I share it with you because it is, I think it's really important for everyone to have memories and to have, be able to go back to experiences that have happened in our lives that will remind us and help us reroute in our belief system. So, because life is crazy, and life is hard, and it challenges our belief system. And I think right now, I'm really nervous. Right now is such an important time for our human history, for our universal history. We're coming into some really, really big energies, and there's a lot of separation and a lot of different types of belief systems at work right now. So I think it's really just important to make sure that we are checking in with our own inner authorities at all times before allowing external influences inside. So just tying that back, this is why I share this story. For me personally, I was at a sort of rock bottom, if you will, back in 2019. I unfortunately had been prescribed a job, and it was a career that I had been in for over a decade. So it was a big deal. Speak up more, okay. And let me know if it gets too loud. But I'll speak up, and everybody in the back can hear. Yes, thank you. Okay. So I was at a little bit of a rock bottom. I had hired a life coach to work with, and that life coach just so happened to be a very spiritual person. And I had a base of spirituality in my early life, but had gotten away from it in my 20s, early 30s. So I was a little bit spiritless at that point in time. I was open, however, to their direction, so I did find Britt, who is a friend of Pia and I, for life coaching and Reiki. In her session, she told me to go find drumming and rattling. So that was like one of the takeaways from our session. The very first Reiki session, I was receptive, but also kind of nervous and scared. And I thought, okay, it's kind of weird, but I'm going to take it and see what the universe brings to me. Jump on Meetup, and I find that Shanikia is doing sound baths at a local yoga studio. And so I go and I show up for the sound bath, and nothing's happening. So I thought that was so odd, like, oh yeah, it's happening. So I didn't really think too much about it. I sent her a message and let her know. She did end up getting back to me, and later we did connect at many of her sound baths at that location. So that was how we got to meet. But the power of this, the other power of this story is that I jumped back on Meetup and found a full moon ceremony happening in a close neighborhood. And it was at somebody's house in their backyard, and I was with my friend, and so we're like, okay, we're creating a signal. If this is weird, we're out of here. Sure enough, everyone was amazing. A lot of those people became very close friends of mine as well. And the coordinator of that ceremony told us that she had a special treat for the day and that she had invited someone who had brought their drums and their rattles. I always get I have so many chills when I tell this story, because I wouldn't have been there if I didn't find Shanikia's sound bath and that didn't work out. And so there's just so many reminders of for me in that story, and I'm sharing it with you too, of you can't make something like that up, right? Like the universe was guiding that. So surrender, trust, faith, and just the importance of taking that step, that inspired step, when you get that little nudge, is really important. And so that was 2019, and here we are today in 2025. I now have a Reiki-based business where I am sharing all of the healing that I was slowly exposed to all of that time, hopefully with all of you, and hopefully all of you will then share it with other people as well. So we'll get started. we're going to go ahead and I think turn off some of these lights. Shinkia will start to play the sound bowls. We'll go until about 1:40-ish. We'll wrap up, and then I invite you all to come and share anything that came through for you, anything you want to talk about at our booths outside, just because we'll have to sort of reshuffle, pack up, and make room for the next speaker. And then lastly, each one of you should have a crystal in your hand. If you don't, please let me know. Okay? And okay, I'll get to you. These crystals are Reiki infused. We'll also be giving you Reiki, but so you have a lot of Reiki going on. So as receptive as you are, the more you'll get out of this. Unfortunately, I can't give you the crystals today. So when you're done with it, if you could leave on the chair or hand it to me, I appreciate it. I'm so sorry for my cracking voice. And I'm so excited for this. So I appreciate you, and we'll get started. Thank you.
All right, can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay, perfect. As loud as I can. Okay. I don't know if you want that, but okay. So we're going to just start off with a moment to settle and connect with ourselves before I start playing the bowls. So as somebody will turn down the lights, I just invite you to go ahead and maybe close your eyes if you don't have to. And get into a comfortably seated position. So if you've got both feet firmly planted on the floor, that is fantastic. If you need to cross your legs, that's great too. You also don't have to stay in your chair, so you can sit on the floor if you prefer. But as you get settled, I'm going to ask that we each take a deep inhale breath together through the nose and open your mouth to exhale. Perfect. Let's do it again. Deep inhale through the nose. Exhale from the mouth. And one more, just like that. Deep inhale. And let it go. So we're just going to take a moment to get in touch with our bodies, and starting from the top of your head. Just notice what you're feeling there. It could be sensation. It could be nothing at all. Nothing's right or wrong. And from the top of your head, take your awareness down to your eyes. If you can, just soften your eyelids, let your eyebrows relax. Letting the eyes feel heavy in the sockets. And bring your attention down to your ears. Maybe just acknowledge the sounds that you're hearing around you, inside and outside of the room. And then draw that attention inward. So maybe you're hearing your own breath. And from here, scan down to your neck and your shoulders. And see if you can let your shoulders fall away from your ears just a bit. As you relax your jaw and your throat. And with your next inhale, become more aware of your chest. Notice how it begins to rise and fall with each breath. And take this down to your belly. Feel the expansion and contraction with each breath. And as you become aware of your back, upper back, middle back, and lower back. Without force, maybe you sit a little taller. But still relax. And let that awareness carry into your hips, your thighs, your knees, your calves, your shins. The top and bottom of your feet, and down to your toes. With each inhale, you're taking in the breath of life, allowing it to fill every part of your being. And with each exhale, you're letting go of anything you no longer need. And any time during the sound bath, feel free to come back to this deep, nourishing breath. Start to become aware of the space that you're in. Maybe with your eyes still closed, just start to deepen your breath. And as you become more aware of your bodies, just start to gently move your fingers and your toes. And with your hands, just start to gently rub your palms together. As they warm up, lightly cup them over your closed eyes. And feel the warmth of your palms as you further awaken. And then take one hand over the center of your chest and place the other hand on top. And here, express gratitude. You can start with just the fact that you can feel your heart beating in this moment, and that your body brought you here today, and that your breath continues to flow. And maybe during the session, something surfaced for you, an intention, a thought, something that you can take with you. Maybe also something surfaced that you could let go. But I thank you all for being here today. And I wish for you that you find release in your surrender, hope in your faith, and that you find your space and joy. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamikia. That was absolutely beautiful and very powerful. Take your time.
everyone get ready, coming from the silence.
Very short. Yeah. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have, again, so grateful that you are here. We're setting the room now with the most amazing intention and energy. Hello to all you live streamers. Hello, Awakening World. Welcome back. Again, so grateful for you all. I am so excited for you all. I'm so honored and blessed and grateful to introduce to you two of my favorite humans on the planet, and you are in for a treat with this experience today. Renee and Anthony. They are modern mystics, they are teachers, they are healers and visionaries. They are the voices behind Blue Soul Earth, which is focused on igniting global consciousness and bridging the worlds of science and spirituality. Their teachings, workshops, darshans, membership, and programs focus on universal consciousness, heart-centered living, and our human existence. They lead Blue Soul Retreats, which are amazing, to sacred destinations around the world, and dining with spirit experiences for those with a passion for both spirit and food, of which I am absolutely one. Today, Renee and Anthony will be channeling Mary Magdalene for you, and that's all I can say. Just breathe in this time, this present moment, this experience, and without further ado, Renee and Anthony.
Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thanks for being here. So, if you're at Soul Search, you're not new to channeling, right? Anyone new to channeling? One person. Two, three. Okay, cool. So how we channel is a little different, and what we're going to talk about today is a little different. Often, when we speak before we channel, we talk about the divine masculine and feminine coming together as one, which is a really big part of Magdalene's teachings and Yeshua's teachings.
Can everybody hear us?
Yeah.
You can hear us? Okay.
So anyway, one of the things that we've been, how do I put this? We have a little bit of a new twist today. So we do a lot around people asking us, how do you channel, right? And we've never really led courses on how to channel. But I think lately what I've been feeling with our book that has just come out, the book was just launched 3 weeks ago, by the way. I know, 3 weeks ago, big deal, a long time coming. I know, finally, right? And so there's a frequency to this book that even we feel, having gone through it, rereading or whatever, we're feeling this. And we were down in San Diego last weekend, and Marianne Williamson was talking at the CCHE conference, and we know her well, she's been on our podcast, and she said something that really resonated with me.
And that was?
Well, I know, because we haven't talked about what we're going to talk about today, and I thought, God, this is it, right? Now, obviously, she's not a channeler, but those of you who know her work, she's really connected to we call him the J-Man. She's this, she's very connected to the J-Man, and so is this one, by the way. And so I've never heard her say this before, but what she said was, this is the time to merge with your higher self's calling and voice, to get up there and be congruent with who you are, or something along the lines of that. And then this part I love, because it's very similar to our teachings. And she said, if Jesus is it, great, call him in. She said, if Muhammad, if it's Buddha, if it's Shekinah, if it's Sophia, if it's God, call it in. And I think that really resonated with me, because a lot of times our guides will say to us that Anthony's not channeling Magdalene and Yeshua, they're channeling him, or us, really. They're channeling us. So I think that's really worth thinking about, what that really means, because there's no separation. That's like a big part of the message that's come through us from the very, very beginning 10 years ago when we first started channeling, is that there's no separation. And that means there's no separation between you and God, right? That we are source. So what does that actually mean from a channeling perspective? It's really like a merging. So imagine that we're all energy, because that's really what we are. We're energy beings. And when the guides connect, like the way they used to show us, and it's explained really interesting way here, is it's like connecting to the auric field that's around us, right? But then Anthony would say, there was a part in the book where he said, well, it's not really like that. They're like merging with me somehow. It's not a separation. It's not like the beginning. Well, why don't you explain it, sweetheart? In the beginning, you felt like you were separate.
Well, I would always keep myself separate because I was terrified. So
Yeah.
I cried a lot. I did a lot of crying back then. I had a lot of nightmares. So it was a scary experience. But now it's completely different. So what it feels like is, in the movie Avatar, when you see them putting the hairs together like that and they combine, that's exactly what it is. They just, they fuse together. But I allow it to happen, and we can do that, all of us. Yeah. We allow these energies to come in and just fuse with us, and they energize you. And that's exactly what it does.
That's kind of what it is. So I think it's a really important distinction, because you know, one of the things I want to say here is that we don't call this book channeled. And I'm going to tell you all here that because it's Soul Search. And many of you know our work. You know, Lindsay and Violetta have been a big part of our community for a long time. And we're so happy to see you here and our support. And yes, I know. And yeah, so just very happy for your support from the beginning. And so we've gone through a long journey with channeling and trying to figure out exactly what it is. And I think a big part of our teaching too is that there's no gurus. We're not gurus. All the channelers out there, you're channelers too. So when you're going to a psychic reader out there, you have that ability too. And that's not only been part of our teachings as Renee and Anthony, it's been part of our teachings when we go into stay and these energy beings come through. And I think that's really the important message that I think is a little different than what we've been talking about for a long time. I mean, we've been teaching that for a long time, but I think that distinction of that merging energies with our field is super important, because now more than ever, we need to step into our truth. And Magdalene is like, women, get out there and do what you were here to do. I mean, she's a very, very strong force, which you'll see when she comes through, Anthony. She wants you to go out there and speak your truth and don't hold back. She's a Joan of Arc energy.
She's a very big energy.
And she doesn't, there was really funny moments in this. So it's about a couple named Rochelle and Angelo. I don't know who they would be. It's set in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And then one day in the living room, which these two know is our old Blue Soul room in Marin, she came through and suddenly disrupted this couple's lives. So it's a fictitious tale of Rochelle and Angelo. And suddenly she's there, and Rochelle and Angelo are trying to figure out what the hell is going on. You know, I mean, is this for real? This can't be real. We're not religious. How can this be possible? And it's really about that journey of how is this possible? This disbelief that people go through when this gift falls upon you, to maybe this is possible, but how could it be possible? What's actually happening? Are we meeting in their dimension? Are they meeting in ours? Or, you know, so the whole beginning of the book is a little bit about that. And then they realize, well, oh, we are the portals. We're not actually opening a portal, but we are the portal. So, you know, it's really that journey into Never Land, where they go down the quantum rabbit hole to only emerge more confused than ever.
So in truth, yeah, these beings would come through every single night. It was nonstop for, I'd say about 9 years.
Yeah.
Now it's much more controlled. They don't come through as much, and they pretty much told us that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, but in the beginning, when Rochelle and Angelo are
Yeah.
still trying to figure out why us were not religious, Yeshua and Magdalene said, well, we weren't religious 2,000 years ago either. And so
Although they did practice their Judaism, but
They
they
did.
broke pretty much
all the rules.
all the rules.
They were the
Well,
Burning Man
Yeah,
people at the time.
definitely. They were all burners.
Hippies.
Right, they were
Because they
hippies.
were about love. They were
Yeah.
about unity consciousness. They weren't about the patriarchy is in charge and you have to go to an institution to find God. They were, God is right here. It's love. We are love. We are that divinity that we seek outside. So that was a big part of the message. And then, you know, finally, Rochelle and Angelo have to give into this. And it's like, okay, why are you really here? And Magdalene says, I'm here to tell you my life story.
And she did indeed.
She did indeed.
She
But
really
there
did.
were funny
Yes.
moments. There were very funny moments where I was taking longer to get things written down. And she said, why is this taking so long? Are you editing my words? She said, humanity is not going to like what I have to say, but I need you to write down the words as they come through in a fair form. Do not edit anything that I say.
So you'll see that in the book as well.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all integrated together in a beautiful novel that has been created about these two individuals having this incredible experience of spirit coming through.
Yeah, and Anthony's right. It was terrifying at first.
Yeah.
I think that was a really good one. Like, really, why is this happening? Why us? And how can it happen?
If I were to tell you exactly like I know how this is done, I'd be lying to you. It's like you saying when you look at your cell phone, do you know how your cell phone is working? Not really. Do you know the technology that goes into it? Not really, but you know that it works. I know that it's happening. I can't explain to you exactly how it happens, but I am working on it. Little by little, I'm trying to figure it out. There is some science behind it. But
There is science, yeah. And actually, quantum physics comes into the book when you
Yeah.
least expect it, actually. So there's just a lot of teaching in there about a culmination over many, many years of our work, working with them.
as our channeling, and I say this to a lot of the people that work with us, when you're on your journey, your spiritual journey, it should change. Everything is changing, it's evolving. If you're not evolving, then you're kind of just stationary and you're just kind of letting life happen to you. When you're on this journey, it's always going to change.
Always going to change.
Your spirituality will change. The way you heal others, the way you heal yourself will change. The way you look at yourself will change.
Because
Hopefully.
you're evolving and you're awakening more memories. So when we first started channeling and doing healing work, it was very shamanic, very
Yes.
pagan and very shamanic. And then one day our guides came through and said, okay, enough with that. You know, we're going to now take it to the next level. Not to, I don't want you to think that there's a levels and that one form of healing is better than another, because that's not what they meant by that. Essentially what they mean is get aligned with what you're here to do and what your superpower is. And so they allowed us to dance and play with different energies, working with gods and goddesses, doing shamanic form of healing, just so that we would understand how to do it. And then one day they're like, no more shamanic drums, Gaia. Now you're going to do crystal bowls. And I'm like, but I prefer shamanic drums, you know. And so they said you can work with them, but that's very grounding energy. And now we need you to work with the seraphim realm and the angelic realm. And so we went to crystal bowls. And so that's something, because there was a sound healing in here earlier. All of these energies ride upon and connect to the frequencies of the music that's coming through. So our guides would say that the angelic realm connect to mostly to the crystal bowls.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Oh, in the beginning too, the guides that would come through, they weren't necessarily Yeshua or Miriam of Magdal. even though they were part of it, the guys that came through, the beings were, we didn't know what to call them. And they said, you can call us whatever you want, because they have no names, they're just spirit. They were once all human beings as well. So when they do come through,
They're very human.
they're very human, and they'll look at you, they'll crack jokes and laugh with you and things like that. So, but they're not going to be coming through water.
So,
And Jesus can't come through either.
Magdalene's
I really like Yeshua. It's a very gentle and loving energy. Magdalene is like a bull in the China store that's just going to come and. But
I have a message to say.
she has a message to say, so
Yeah.
she will come through.
Yeah, and she wants to work through everyone, male or female, by the way, particularly women. She will say.
Yes, she really
Particularly women,
loves
but she
women.
doesn't discriminate.
No.
She said, "I will work my feminine magic through anyone who wants me to work with them."
Yes. If you have questions too, are there any questions right now? Anything? Yes.
I just envision you guys being in a huge crowd, and that our being here is so intimate. I appreciate it.
I love intimacy, intimate crowds, actually more than big crowds. I enjoy working with individuals and seeing everybody and being able to just be a part of your energies. When it's a really big crowd, I don't have the opportunity to look into your eyes, or, or when they're through, touch you and cry with you, things like that.
Yeah, when
So-
we were at this conference, I was talking to these women. They're like, "You gotta go do this Joe Dispenza conference, or whatever." It's like 2,000 people.
2,000 people, that's a lot of energy.
I'm just like, I don't know about that. So, that's the thing. I don't know that we'll ever do that because of how we work, and it's very hands-on.
I don't think you have a choice.
You don't think we'll have a choice? Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll just keep it in, put it into the universe. Whatever happens, happens. If it's supposed to happen, then it will.
Yeah, but I do feel like, we've been talking at venues like this about the merging and balancing of masculine and feminine coming together as one. We've been teaching about the multidimensional soul. We've been teaching about different realms and dimensions. But now I just felt like a day ago, even though we didn't plan what we were going to say today, I think it's about this. Because I feel, so this is what happened. It's been out 3 weeks, and the very first negative review came out. And I panicked a little bit. I woke up, and Anthony's like, "What's the puss face?" That's how he goes, "What's the puss face?" And I said, "Well, we got our first 1-star review." And he said, "Well, what is it? Read it." And the review was, a woman from England. She said, "I'm a Christian, and I really don't like the fact that you portrayed Jesus with a partner, especially Mary Magdalene. I hated it. I deleted the book." And I'm like, okay. That's the first thing I saw when I got up in the morning, and he saw my puss face. And then he said, "Yes!" I said, "What do you mean, yes?" And he's like, "This makes it," what did you say? I don't even know what you said.
It makes it authentic. It's real.
She's gonna push buttons.
She's gonna push buttons. That's what happens.
Yeah, she's gonna push buttons.
You
But you have
should
to
just
remember.
send it to all the Mormons. You just
I know,
mail
well,
it out to
I don't want
all
an
the
Amazon. I used to be a
Christian,
publicist,
all the
like
Christian
human
book
part of
clubs.
me. I
Oh
know.
my
I
God.
just,
You're
I'm
so
a little
good.
bit terrified of all this because, when I used to represent people, marketing and branding 101, do not get negative reviews on Amazon, So anyway, we're going to have to just surrender into the universe and see what needs to emerge right now at this time of increased divisiveness that's happening on our planet. So shall we call her through? I do want to read something from the book, but I'm wondering, should we have her come through, do a little channeling? I know we don't have a ton of time. I'm not sure how much time we have left.
20 after.
20 after? Okay, so let's do some channeling. I'll read a little bit from the book as well.
All right, let me get a drink first.
Yeah, because these boxes just arrived. We were down in San Diego and doing a book reading thing down there, and we we really didn't have any books. So we came home and there were like 100 books, so we just like opening them, and it's kind of.
So those who haven't seen channeling before, I'm not in any pain or anything like that. You'll see my body tense up at first. My breathing's going to slow down. I'm going to use something called an ujjayi breath, which happens naturally. It's in yogas, all the yogis, yogini know it's
Also called the ocean breath.
We'll have those that work with us will be holding some space, so thank you.
It already started.
I never knew what that meant, but I know what it means now. They're able to take on the energies really well, and they incorporate it and
ground the room.
Ground the room. So you'll see my head moving a little bit like this, like an antenna. I start getting goosebumps. So when you start to channel, you start to do, I mean, I love the spooky stuff. When you start to channel, or if you're psychic, you might start getting these physical manifestations.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll see
tingling in your ears, scratching of the head.
You'll see people's heads moving around.
Anthony scratches his head a lot. He does not have dandruff.
I used to think I did. I shaved all my head off before my hair. So all you need to do is think. But when you think, you don't think here. You think with your heart.
Yeah.
You feel into it.
Spirit does not work through our minds.
You hear my throat? So now I can control it to a certain extent.
You need to sit.
No, I like trying all different things. How's it going to be when I stand now?
Yeah, usually we sit when spirit's coming through.
One second, please.
Frequency match is trying to attune to my field, the room's field, Anthony's field.
Good. Very good. I am here. I am Miriam Magdal. It is good to see you. Miriam, if you want to say. Magdalene, if you wish to say as well. It is good to see you again. 1 second, please, to establish.
How many people can guess why she's coming through a man in a full embodied way? She works through me. She works through me when I write, when I create. All the jewelry that we created, the descriptions, the name, everything comes through me. I don't remember afterwards. But why did she choose Anthony to come through in a full embodied way?
Because I can.
Yes. What do you think?
Potentially because society has men as an authority, and we figure he's an authority figure, we can listen.
Oh, interesting. Right. It's almost the opposite, actually.
But I am an authority, aren't I?
Yeah, so there's a fear around embracing the feminine
That is true.
for men, right? And so if it can be demonstrated that a feminine energy such as Miriam of Magdal can come through an Italian from the Bronx, then men are able to to embrace it. Like, what's going on here? There's no fear. He was very machismo when I met him, actually. Not all good. But it's shifted a lot since we worked with Magdalene and Yeshua. And I think that's the point, for that energy to show up in a full embodied masculine, feminine, united way. And to demonstrate it to the world that there's nothing, the feminine is not to be feared.
Of course not. It's to be celebrated. That is why I'm here, to celebrate the feminine. As I always say, the feminine is rising, it's ascending, it's moving up. It's becoming equal with male energy, and it will go higher, and then it will rebalance itself again.
It also shows Anthony what it's like to be feminine.
Can I move around a bit?
How powerful is that?
I'm going to move just a little bit to see people. How's that sound? Good. First, I want to see your hand. How beautiful. Beautiful. It's good to see you.
Sorry, Awakening World. Scott, you know that Magdalene and Yeshua never stay in one position. They're always walking around.
I like connecting with people. This is the intimacy of who I am. Sisters, human beings. I was once a human being. I'm a human being now, as you can see. All right.
You already said it. Oh,
You're holding my energy better now than ever before.
Yeah, I'm not going crazy.
No, you're not, are you? Well done. Good. I know you are. And I know you're a powerful healer as well. And that's what I love about you. And there are other things I love about you too, but I will not say it right now. Yes, I know I can't. I know. But I do enjoy it.
I know. We don't have enough time to do that. This is why our retreats go 12-hour days.
If I could see every single one of you, to touch you, to talk to you, to look at you, to be with you again, I would. You have no idea how beautiful you all are, to touch and to feel and to see, to smell, to taste. These are the things in the spiritual realms you don't always have, unless you manifest yourself. And you do, like this, and like that, and like that, and that, and that, and that, and that. How beautiful you are. Remember that. You are never separated from yourself. Source, God, Goddess, shamanic, and other things. I can see who you are. It doesn't matter where you're from, whether you're galactic, shamanic, goddess. It doesn't matter.
Angelic.
What's most important is now, the here and now, the present moment, to be here, to love one another, to know each other, to feel each other. I can feel you. I can see you. I can sense you. Beautiful. Be creative. Know who you are. When two become one, that's when you will know yourself. When the male and the female become one, you will know yourself. That you are neither male nor female. You just are. You are spirit.
Energy.
Energy.
We are energy. We are energy beings.
I will manifest myself as a woman, but in truth I am not. But I can come through a male as well. But I will manifest as Miriam of Magdal of 2,000 years ago. So I can give this message to you again in a different way. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you now. No one's coming after you. Love like you've never loved before.
Speak like you've never spoken before.
Love whomever you choose to love. And don't be afraid. And other things. Enjoy your sexuality and be free with it. Don't hide from it. You come in all different sizes and colors and shapes and textures and enjoy that. Connect with whom you are in this lifetime and don't be afraid. Nothing's holding you back except you. How are you? I know you. Do you have questions for me?
By the way, they see us as light energy beings. So when she says she knows you, she knows your frequency.
I know your frequencies.
Yeah.
You're not one, but you are infinite. How many hairs on your head? These are what make up your soul. We're getting to that too, aren't we? The soul. The perception of a soul. Does it exist or does it not exist?
That's where we're going with
Ooh, that is a good one, isn't it?
yeah.
Does that little creature here, that little energy ball of fur, does it have a soul or not? Well, that's something we will discuss in Magdalene Sisters, perhaps.
Yeah.
But let's just say that that little ball of energy is a creation of all of us.
It's a manifestation.
We have manifested
Created.
to love us so that we could love it and understand love in a different form. That's what it's there for. To comfort us, to ease us. Right? Gaia?
Yes.
How are you? Good. I am fine.
So questions at all? Any questions? So I could read something from your book.
You can. And I will look at people. Gaze in their eyes. But read, Gaia.
Okay. What would you like me to read about? I mean, I literally just opened this right beforehand. I didn't have it was one of those.
Read. Let's see what I have to say. And I have a lot to say. How many pages are here?
Close to 400, 388.
You see, I can talk if I need to.
Tell her to get to the sex part.
I was going to say that.
I know you were.
Sex.
Sex.
Yeah.
She's on the podcast. Tomorrow?
Next 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Sex is one of the most important ways that you can reach you, your soul. What we have been led to believe as women, that it is wrong. It is not wrong. It is one of the easiest and most enjoyable ways to reach God, if you will, guys. Through the orgasm, the energy, the chakras. Yes, he has it, the little one. There you go, like a snake. It is through the orgasm and through sex. Don't be told that you can't do it. Do not be told that you're too old. And it is not just male and female, but female, female, male, male. It doesn't matter. What's important is love. The act of sex when there is love. Read.
Yeah, so I'm not going to read about sex. I'm going to read about something that just blew me, and it blows me away every single time I read this chapter. It's the chapter, The Gospel According to Lazarus, Miriam's brother.
Yes.
And it's just powerful. So imagine the couple sitting in the living room, and Lazarus shows up, right? Like, actually, he showed up first when we were camping, which was kind of weird. And then reappeared in our living room a couple weeks later and was teaching us about the soul. So, Rochelle is asking Lazarus, did Yeshua really resurrect you from the dead? Like, come on, right? Like, is this...
Now that is a trick question.
It's a trick question.
Did Yeshua raise Lazarus from the dead?
So Lazarus shows up And by the way, he seemed like he was a bit of a player back then. You could just sort of tell from his energy.
He wasn't a player.
Well, I don't mean a player in a bad way, like just charisma.
Yes,
like
he had a great deal of it.
Charisma and owned a room. So anyway, but she's trying to figure this out. So he is saying, well, so what actually happened, And she said, you mean your physical body reconnected to your soul again? And he says, the soul reconnected to my physical body, but truthfully, it is really my energy body, for that is what we are, energy. The chocolate wafer in front of you is nothing more than a field of energy, he said, pointing to the small plate of cookies on the table.
Energy.
When I put it into Angelo's mouth, I can taste it, I can sense it, I move it around, but it's really just pure energy. That's what it is. And this cup of tea before you is nothing more than energy. What seems to be solid material form is nothing more than particles of energy that you believe exist in solid form. But I'm showing Angelo a picture right now of what merely appears to be real. So essentially their teaching is this is not real. This is just similar to the Maya illusion that the Eastern tradition teaches. Now, what I'm telling you will be incredibly controversial. Yeshua really didn't save my life, nor did he resurrect my body. It only appeared that way. Now, I remember this moment when he told me that, and my eyes went like this, right?
Why did it only appear that way?
And then he says, many of your Christians and Catholics will not like this message. You see, Yeshua gave the appearance of resurrecting me. And now my eyes are getting bigger, right? So, now wide awake, Rocher blurted out. So did he or didn't he? That's kind of what it's like sometimes in our channeling
You
sessions.
argue with me all the time, don't
I
you?
do. I get frustrated. I want answers.
That is good. Argue with them. Argue with the guides that come through you. Ask them questions. Good.
So anyway, she's frustrated, right, about how his explanation didn't make sense to her conditioned mind, her rational mind, her logical reasoning, her rooted in science thinking. After reflecting for a moment or two, she said, how is this actually possible scientifically?
You're getting there, all of you.
So he says, let me explain with a quantum understanding of who you all really are. And this blew me away. It still blows me away. Both energy fields must be equal to each other, and the frequencies must match identically for it to be successful in the way it occurred during my lifetime as Lazarus. It is a frequency and vibrational match between two energy fields, and they must be aligned. The energy field of human beings is like that of a tuning fork. Rochelle, when you play your crystal bowls, you create vibrational frequencies that match ours. When this connection takes place, Angelo is able to bring these frequencies and vibrations into your dimension, this dimension here, including our energies, but it must be an exact match. This is how healing takes place.
Not easily done.
Not easily done.
You must take this hair and
Yeah.
connect it directly like this. And it all must match the frequencies. Interesting, isn't it? Connect your hairs together, all of you. Actually, you already are connected. I'm only here to remind you of that.
So I'm going to skip ahead, and then he goes on to explain, I simply re-energized the conscious portion of my body, and it appeared that my physical body came back to life in the three-dimensional world.
This is the quantum aspect of who you are.
Wow, right?
But as I said before, what's most important is touching and feeling, hugging, and being with each other.
So it really wasn't Yeshua bringing me back to life, as it was a communication between our two energy fields outside this dimension. So there's a few of you stopped by the booth, and we were explaining how our channeling is different than a psychic. It's like your soul is communicating with Anthony's soul while he's in this state, this expanded state of awareness. Your soul is communicating what your soul needs to hear. It's not us doing anything. It's a frequency match, and the soul is communicating and simply giving it right back to you.
That's all it is.
That's what's happening.
Your hair connects with mine.
Yeah.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Anyway, I just love this chapter. It's so crazy. It's just
So
crazy.
I will speak quickly about the perceptions. How much
Anyway.
time do we have, Goddess? 20
Oh, we
minutes.
do? Okay, good.
Now, quickly. This
And
hand,
there is a sex chapter.
it feels warm and soft. It even smells good. But it's not what you think it is.
It's particles coming together in this manifested form that we think of as a physical state.
Do you understand? I'm asking you. Do you understand? Good. Something's happening now.
Yeah.
You don't always have to understand.
But it will
But your
come,
heart must be open.
it will come in some way, shape, or form. And the next time you hear about this, it will make more sense and more sense and more sense.
Do you understand any of this?
Of the channeling?
What we've been talking about?
Well, I don't have enough, a lot of reference to who Magdalene was or the characters, but I think I do from a different perspective. That's not one that originates from religion or Catholicism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Funny enough, I am from that, maybe where we know each other though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Good. I don't expect that all of you or any of you are going to understand this. I only wish, hope that you open your heart to the possibility of change. Just open the door and I will stick my foot in there and I will not let it close. That's how it works.
Because once you connect to your higher self, right, it is like, and it's explained.
Are
in
you
the
a
book.
Martian when you do that?
Well, that's kind of what it's like. Like, we're old enough to remember AOL dial-up. We're actually old. And it reminded me of that when she was trying to come through in the early days and there wasn't a perfect frequency match. And so the fluidity of the messages that you're hearing now wasn't possible back then. Like, it would be 1 or 2 word utterances. And then when the connection finally got strong, then she said, I'm here to tell you my story.
I see people there.
But it took a while.
Yes. How beautiful it is.
This is a very great example of the difference between Yeshua and Magdalene. Before we went down to San Diego a week and a half ago, we're having our roof redone. And we were doing a Zoom call. And Yeshua came through and led a guided meditation. Didn't even notice the banging on the roof and it was so loud. It was, unbelievable that we were able to have this Zoom call. Yeshua didn't even notice it. Just goes into
But I
guided
notice it.
And then she comes through and she's like, what's that banging on the roof?
I see you there. Your technology. I can see
It was
you.
a funny moment.
Yes, a heart. I see you all. And I appreciate that you're here and opening your hearts to us, to me. And I see you and I feel you.
So any questions? Doesn't have to be about what we've been talking about, physical form or energy.
The
but it can
one
be
that doesn't
about,
understand.
About anything that's on your mind or, okay.
I actually just happened upon a video recently about healing and talking about how the way that it works is that the healer will be in a certain frequency, and then the person being healed will decide whether or not to match the frequency, and then they actually heal themselves.
Yes.
That's a
it.
thumbs up.
That's it.
You got it.
That's exactly what happens. So, if the soul decides it has more work to do in this lifetime and wants to come back, and that's part of their soul's journey, like Dr. Eben Alexander, who came back, why wouldn't a neuroscientist from Harvard be able to come back and tell that story? He's credible. He comes from an Ivy League school. Of course we need one of those, on the planet from a scientific perspective to suddenly wake up after, I can't remember how old it was when this near-death experience happened to him, but he was a materialist. He was a stark materialist, and now he's out there speaking all over the world about this isn't real. in a different way.
It's real and it's not real.
Yeah.
The perception seems real, but that's good enough.
Well, the message is really not so much that this isn't
We'll only
real,
go
but
that
that
far.
consciousness exists outside of the brain. That's really
You
what
have a
he's
question.
communicating.
Yes, I have a question.
And then we'll go back to you.
Yes.
So I believe that God is within me, and whenever I want to feel the presence. But I guess my question is, I've always wondered the difference between when in prayer, is there a difference between praying in voice and out loud, or just in thought? Or am I confusing myself? Because I think just the communication that is trying to like help understand it.
Okay. We will do this together. won't
Yeah,
we?
I know. It's really important question.
First, you said you believe that God is in you. Let's take it to the next level.
Yeah.
You know that God is in you.
That's different than believe.
Now, do you know that you are God?
Yes.
Ah, even better. Know thyself, know thy God.
Perfect frequency match.
Two, become one. Good, you've done it. Now, that's the most important thing there is.
It really is.
To know that you are God. That's how it works. Okay? Now, praying out loud or praying to yourself. You can take that one, Gaia.
Well, so the true answer is that it doesn't matter. That's the true answer. However, our voice carries a frequency. And so when you're speaking out loud, our voice, the Om, right, the proverbial Om, the sound of the universe, carries a frequency that does change us and shifts us. So I would argue your voice, that resonance of your voice, is waking things up. And so I would speak out loud. I mean, truthfully, you will tell us it really doesn't matter, but
why not let others listen to you?
well, but even if you're
Hear
walking
you.
around the house, speak out loud.
Speak to yourself.
Out loud, because it carries a reverberation through your body in a way that can't be explained.
When you speak to yourself, you
Yeah.
speak to Goddess.
Yeah.
You speak to you.
You're waking yourself up, so why not give it a loud wake up?
Why not sing to yourself?
Yeah, because something happens
Yes,
when that happens.
exactly.
So,
Very good
and then
question.
we had a question over here.
How do you communicate with your higher self?
How can you?
How can you communicate with your higher self? I don't know. That is up to you.
She does know. She's playing with you. Go deep with that. That's what they're here for. I mean, the real answer is it's different for everyone, and that's why she won't answer the question.
I will answer the question.
Yeah, but go, because that's what they're here for.
Each individual, each energy, each form will communicate to itself in its own unique way. There are a myriad, infinite ways that you can communicate to your higher self. You have to choose. We can't. I can't choose that for you. But you must do it yourself. But I can tell you this. When you are in community with others,
like this,
when you are in all communities like this, when you frequent shows like this,
and
when you practice,
when you're in the resonant field of other like-minded beings who are carrying a higher vibrational frequency, that helps.
then you are communicating with your higher self.
Yeah.
You're telling your higher self, your soul, I am open for business.
Yeah.
The I am open for business is lighting up.
Because we are the portals. We do not open portals. We are the portals themselves. So the other answer to that is to get still. Sit. The famous Buddha teaching is to sit and just be. And that is another really powerful way to connect, because in that stillness, the clarity of your higher self.
But what if she likes to walk?
Well, so I'm just giving one
Or
example.
garden.
I'm just giving one example. The
Or
other
swim.
Yeah, so nature would be the other. I mean, you know, if there's two places you want to start, meditate still, be in stillness. If that doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for me as much as it does work for him. And so nature, getting
And
out
if she
into
likes
nature.
to pray.
Yeah, but I'm giving two examples. There's so many. There's so many ways to connect.
More questions?
We can take one more and then we have to close. One more, go ahead, and then we'll close.
As I envision you wearing sandals 2,000 years ago, was any of this enlightenment visible to you?
It was there, but it could not be expressed in the
Right.
way that it's being expressed now. I will tell you this, as Miriam, as Yeshua, we could not express it in this manner.
Didn't have the knowledge, didn't have the
had-
vocabulary.
Right, the vocabulary as we manifested was not there. We could speak about the Father, we could speak about God, we could speak about prayer, we could speak about sacrifice, we could speak about sin.
We could speak about the kingdom lies within, which is a core message.
The temple is here.
The temple is already here. It's not outside yourself.
But we could not say that you were made up of small little particles. That you are the glue that connects the universe. You are the dark matter that makes up space-time continuum. That is what we are together.
We're the glue.
They wouldn't know that, would they? But you know it now. Your science is expanding. Your consciousness is expanding.
But you did teach, and a lot of the original teachings are in there, that there's no difference between masculine and feminine. We are equal under the eyes of God, right? There was a big part of Yeshua's teaching.
Yes.
And the people at the time couldn't believe that to be true because they didn't see equality around them.
And they certainly couldn't believe that they are God.
Yeah.
God forbid. Blasphemy, I tell you.
Yeah.
You see. You don't have to be afraid. No one's going to stone you, burn you, and do all of the terrible things that human beings have done to each other for so long.
And by the way, and this, I mean, you are very, I personally think, kind to the male apostles in the book. I mean, some of you may disagree with this. I think you're pretty kind because they didn't really believe you or respect you as a woman. And you were very kind. And so there's a point, I don't want to be a book spoiler part, but Lazarus talks about how he was curious of the original teachings in Gaul, where they went, in France. Why were they being so acceptive of his messages when they weren't?
Tick,
in
tock,
ancient
tick,
Judea.
tock. That means it's time to go.
Okay.
I'm going to leave now.
Okay.
It is an honor and privilege to be in the presence of all of you.
Love you, Scott.
I'm going to step out of Anthony's auric field. Actually, I'm going to dim my light and let his light shine more. Thank you. Peace be with you all. If I didn't have to go, I wouldn't.
Well,
And
maybe,
we'll see you later.
yes, maybe people will come to the booth for sessions and you can come back.
You have anybody to tell them about sessions?
Yeah, we'll be
For the
doing
jewelry.
sessions at our booth, so if you want a channel session, definitely stop by our booth. It's the first booth as you walk in, the one with all the jewelry on the table. And then our books are there too, and we'll be signing books if you wanna grab a book. We'll be signing them, and the jewelry is all channeled as well and infused with her energy. She's very clear about that. And Yeshua's energy, actually. Oh, and we have 2 membership programs. I know, I might as well fill the void here.
Yeah.
You know, go to Delhi or go to BlueSoulEarth.com. There's 2 online membership programs that we have, and a few of you are in them. So, and I guess that's it. Thank you. Okay, it's all good. Yeah, I know, we had 2 hours in San Diego. It was so exciting. We do so much. That was
Thank you for everything, Barbara. Well, that concludes our Sacred Sunday show. I am going to actually have a 3 o'clock client. So thank you, Tiara, for holding court and co-hosting. Good to see you, Dia and George, and have a beautiful rest of the Sunday. And I will look forward to hopefully seeing all of you on Wednesday night for the Awakening World. Take care. God bless.
Thank you, Scott. Love you.
Love you too.